It is time. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see everybody back and a few new faces. And as y'all know, the legislature is in session, and so we may or may not be having all of our friends from Jones Street. Thanks to those of y'all who were able to make it. If you have to leave, we will work with you as best we can. But thanks to everyone for your participation. We've made a few changes and updates that Don will tell you about. Most importantly, we all have name tags now. I struggled so hard last month. I mean, my husband will tell you, I call him like the children's names and the dog's name and the cat's name. And so, for all of these new faces, I think it's really great to have name tags. So get to know each other better. Use this time for robust discussion. And I am now going to turn it over to Don.
Thank you, Ann, and I'll add my good morning also. I certainly want to thank all of you again for carving out times from your lives to participate on this important commission. I know what that takes. And I also want to thank all of you who took time to provide feedback after our last meeting. We actually heard from 8 of you. We heard from 8. And they were very thoughtful and I really appreciated that. And I'd just like to encourage you at the end to do that again. But of the 8, that feedback was important. And Ann was one feedback on the name tags is a part, which admittedly, same thing. We had that we're getting that same vintage. No offense to you, Ann. You're not at my vintage, but it was good. Okay. But we also reorganized a room. That was a suggestion. You are seated at a different table. We also have designated table leads was a suggestion. And Ann and I are going to lead a table, and we have Dr. Connie Book is going to lead a table back over here. And we also have Mr. Alan Gant over here at the table. We'll also thank them for serving as table leads. In April, we had a chance to hear a presentation from Dr. Michael Marr about the current status of student achievement in North Carolina. He is back today to speak briefly about North Carolina's accountability system and the work of the North Carolina Accountability Task Force. We're also fortunate to have 2 presentations today on the science of reading. And among all the 4 tables last week, the notes that were collected from our table facilitators, this was kind of the #1 universal topic among all 4 tables. So we wanted to make sure that this group, we had a chance, we have 2 presentations today about it, one from DPI, one from Rachel Cantor. I don't want you to think that math is not important, but it basically, we talked through that issue it was discussed certainly some, and it certainly goes hand in hand, but we're not having presentations today about mathematics. I'll sort of remind everyone that our meeting is live streamed and there is an easy way for viewers to make comments. We did receive 3 comments last time, and you have copies of those in your new packet of material. And I encourage you to read those. And certainly anyone that's watching on live streaming, the way you got to the live, if you made it to live streaming, right next to it, there's a button that says, make a comment. So you're encouraged to do that. And finally, before we approve the minutes, I want to acknowledge and thank the Friday Institute staff for again doing an awful lot of work in a very short period of time. Only had about 3 weeks between last meeting and this one. So now I'd like to just go to the minutes. I think you all know we are a public body in this sense, and we have to have an official record, and we must have minutes. Each of you should have received an email with minutes from the April 27th meeting. And if you did not, there are copies around on your table. And I just want to make sure that everybody's sort of seen that. And I want to ask a question before we take action. Is there any question, correction, or clarification that needs to be made? Just wanted to check the room for that. Well, that's good. We're now ready to take action. I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve the minutes. I have a motion from Dr. Robert Taylor, Commissioner Taylor, to be here. Let's have a second. Well, I have a second from I'll call you a commissioner too, since we're on a commission, Commissioner Berg. With that said, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously and the minutes are approved. We're glad to have Emma Bratton back today. And she's going to go over some commission details, and we'll lead right into having Dr. Michael Marr today. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Anne, for your welcome this morning as we are getting started. We have a very busy schedule as we move through many materials today. And a lot of them, I will say, are informed by all of the things that you shared with us in our first session in April. But today our focus is thinking about how do we establish a clear picture of where North Carolina students currently stand in this work in reading and math, examine how North Carolina currently measures student progress and what lessons can be drawn from other states, especially as we hear from Mississippi later this afternoon in their work in literacy, and then identifying some priority questions and decision points to help guide the Commission's first set of recommendations. And so you may have some questions about what does that mean? We have all these meetings scheduled. We've got a full schedule, full agenda for this morning and for this afternoon. You have this agenda in your notebook as well. And I shared with you in our last meeting some of the structure where there would be some time for discussion and inquiry, research, discovery, recommendations, a commission vote, and then a commission report. And so where we had all of quite a number of questions come from you all about what would this actually look like as it's operationalized, we put together a chart that you will now find in your notebook. And so if you turn past the agenda, it's that second page that's color coded like this. So we met in April, that's that first gray bar at the very top. And then in the coming months, we'll be studying teacher training and student achievement. So we'll have presentations both in May and June. We'll have planning time as well in May and June, and then maybe a little bit of homework related to that as we push into July for some recommendation discussion and development. And so then you see in August, there will be some time for review of those recommendations as we start studying that administrative operations topic. And we'll hear some presentations and planning on that before we move into September, where we'll have a commission vote, some further presentations and planning around administrative operations. And then with each of the commission votes, there will be a report that is published. You'll notice it says report 1, then later report 2, and later report 3, understanding that there may be opportunities where you might say, actually, as we're setting administrative operations, there's a recommendation that's developing here that really is about student achievement or about teacher training. And so we didn't want to say that you finitely could only make recommendations in report 1 about teacher training and student achievement. And so there will be 3 reports. That doesn't mean you can't revisit or have different recommendations for those different charges throughout this cycle. And so just like with our first charge, teacher training and student achievement, running in parallel in some ways to administrative operations, the same sequence happening then as we push through and study that and make recommendations and have a vote and move into the educational leadership piece. This is our detailed schedule, but it is proposed. It is a draft. So as things are co-designed and continue to emerge over the months, it's very possible that we might extend in one way or another what this looks like. And so if we get to September and we are not ready for a commission vote, then there won't be a commission vote. Or if something happens at a different month, that is up to this commission to decide, to your co-chairs to decide, but want to give you a type of structure and format to be able to understand a little bit about what we anticipate this process could look like. Are there any questions or comments about that? If you turn the page in your notebook, then you will see there is a new draft definitions for each of these charges that are shared with you. It looks similar to last month when we met, although your note section is a little bit smaller because you had some things that you wanted to see added to these definitions. And so the team went back and we continue to edit and revise until we publish these. You will continue to see these drafted based upon your inputs. And so later today, when we have a chance to look closely at student advancement with our discussion time, then we would recommend and suggest that you take another look at the definition as it's written here about student advancement and student achievement. You also have opportunity to share with us some of your inputs. We'll continue to do that throughout the year, not just during the meeting, but after the meeting as well. You are welcome to share with us your feedback through our Google form. We'll have a QR code that will be available there at your tables during our discussion time in just a couple of minutes. You also should have some note cards. Feel free to drop them into our comment box that are up here at the front, and we'll share those with your co-chairs. If you need additional note cards, please feel free to reach out to one of your table facilitators. And so I will call out again, Dr. Krista Glazewski. There against the wall, we have Jacqueline Stevens here sitting with Dr. Martin's table. Mary Beth Peachum here sitting with Anne's table. And then finally, Dr. Sarah Bossell sitting over here against the windows. Your facilitators are here to take notes. They are here to remind people of what's happening, where to point to information and resources. Your table lead, who is a commission member, and in the middle here, your co-chairs, are the ones who will really help to drive the conversation forward. And so as Dan mentioned, that is Mr. Alan Gant and Dr. Connie Book here, in addition to Anne and himself. So just some clarity about process and what our Friday Institute role is here in this way. I want to go ahead and introduce Dr. Michael Marr, who will be joining us again for his presentation on school performance and accountability. While we go ahead and get his presentation transitioned up here at the screen, would ask you, since you are sitting with new folks, just take a minute or two and introduce yourself. If you haven't already, if there's a new face, make sure that everybody knows who's there at the table, and we'll get going here with Dr. Marr's presentation in just a minute. Thank you. I need help. We could go get cleared on it. I need to be about this. Right. Yeah. You already jumped in. I was gonna be you. It would have been terrible. I was in the room over there. Problem. Can't take you more than not too many additional. Graduated. Yeah, it's great. No more kids. Yeah, it's a real. I worked there. You don't know about everything. So I was.
Oh. All right. Good morning again. First off, thanks again for having me back. That probably means I didn't mess up too badly the last time. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about North Carolina's accountability system. First, how it developed. We'll talk a little bit about some of what the federal law requires. We'll talk about the North Carolina specific model, and then why the superintendent and state board of education are considering recommendations to change that model. My main goal or idea is to emphasize that accountability is not just about assigning grades to schools. I think often that's what we sort of default to. We want this simple letter grade way to tell parents or realtors or legislators, right? Distinguish a good school from a perhaps not so good school. That's not really the purpose of accountability. What it should really do is define what we value as a state. It should provide some clear and trusted information, but it should also identify where we need to support schools and students so that we can drive improvement in the system. Right. North Carolina has a long history in school accountability, so this is not new work in our state. For nearly 30 years, North Carolina has had our accountability system has been one of the ways in which we have communicated expectations on school performance. The early ABCs model began in the 1990s and focused on state test performance and growth. No Child Left Behind added a stronger federal role, especially around identifying students and schools in need of support. And then in 2015, the North Carolina General Assembly codified our A through F performance grades, and Congress that same year passed the ESSA, which replaced No Child Left Behind, which provided states with slightly more flexibility in this work. So today's discussion really isn't about whether or not we should have accountability. I think we all believe we should. It's about whether or not the current model as it exists gives us the clearest, most accurate, and most useful set of information for the public at large. Okay, so federal accountability has two primary purposes. The first is to improve student outcomes, simply put. The second, it is intended to identify schools where outcomes are not improving and schools and students need additional support. So hold that in mind as you think about school accountability. Two purposes. Are we improving student outcomes? Are we identifying those schools that are not improving outcomes? There are some non-negotiables in the federal rules. States must have a comparable statewide system. You can't have one set of expectations for traditional public schools and a different set of expectations for charter schools. You can't have one set of expectations for PSUs, public, traditional public, and charters, and then a different set of expectations for alternative learning schools. It's one system, has to be comparable. We must administer annual assessments. So we get this all the time, folks telling us, well, testing puts pressure on children, testing does this, testing does that, testing does all these terrible things, right? Under federal law, you have to test. We don't have an opportunity or an option to say, we're not going to test kids anymore in K through 8, and then in high school again. So you have to administer your annual assessments. You must include your cohort graduation rate. And there are very specific rules around the cohorted graduation rate. You can't just take students out because you feel like it's in the best interest of the state or the school. or a student population. You must report your results publicly and transparently. North Carolina does this through our report cards, and different states do this to different degrees of effectiveness. Some report their results much more quickly than North Carolina does, and some are actually later than us. Some are more transparent, some are less transparent. ESSA also gives us some flexibilities, however. Gives us flexibilities in indicator weights. It gives us flexibilities around school quality success, student indicators, additional measures, and then approaches for certain types of schools like alternative schools. So we have some flexibility. So that includes things that we don't currently do that could be part of the system. So that includes things like surveys of students. That doesn't happen in North Carolina. Chronic absenteeism is not an indicator in North Carolina. Okay, so everybody's clear on what we are obligated to do under federal law. Okay, so these are the core components of ESSA. And so we talked about having to have assessments. Yes? Go ahead, do it. Every Student Succeeds Act, right? Federal, we are in the federal rules right now. Every Student Succeeds Act. And ESSA has a long history, right? Elementary and Secondary Education Act, all the way through No Child Left Behind. They like to give it these, they like to give it a little fancy name. Okay, so states must include proficiency in reading and math, English learner progress, and another academic indicator. And in North Carolina, we use science as the other academic indicator in grades 5 and grades 8. You must also, as I mentioned, use your cohort graduation rate. We use the 4-year cohort graduation, though we also capture a 5-year graduation rate in North Carolina, but it's not used for federal accountability. And just of note, so I mentioned that there are rules around cohort graduation rate. We capture the students who come in 9th grade. We then look in 12th grade and you look at the students from that cohort who has graduated. The total number in 9th grade, that's your denominator. The numerator obviously is what you have remaining. Now, how do you remove a student from the denominator? Because that's the real question. The only way you can remove a student from the denominator is if that student has transferred to another institution, credit-bearing, degree-granting institution, and you have verified it. So we can't just say they went off and did something, they moved to another state. Student has passed away. Student has been moved to juvenile justice, and that's essentially it, right? We either know where they are. If a student leaves the cohort and we don't know where they went, homeschool, private school, another state, another country, you can't track them down. They do not get removed from the denominator, okay? That's an important note. Yes. No, we federally report all of the subgroups, but English learner progress is its own separate indicator, right? The expectation is that English learners are making meaningful progress over time. And so we're capturing students who are being removed from the services requirement. ESSA still requires all of the subgroups, yes. And we actually get into that once we get to the designations as well. Yes, sir. What do you mean by that? Yes. So science, we could change. We cannot. So the question is, what are we allowed to amend from this list, from the federal list, right? Is ultimately, yeah. So proficiency, reading and math, no, you must 3 through 8, and then again in high school. English learner progress required, right? And so what we use the WIDA access test, right? I think you know this already. And so students achieve a certain score on the WIDA, then they are no longer, we are no longer required to provide services, although we monitor for 2 years from the point at which a student is no longer receiving services. And so the idea is English learners are removed once they are able to access the curriculum, right? And so that's different for different students. We are allowed to change the science indicator, right? So yes, ma'am.
Schoolers are homeschoolers are included, yet students who attend private schools are not, right?
Homeschoolers not included.
Oh, you said you can't remove the homeschoolers.
We can if the homeschool recommends or receives records from the, so if I'm a homeschool parent and I contact Dr. Taylor's office and say, I am removing my child from Ligon Middle School because I'm going to homeschool them now, Dr. Taylor's team can remove that
Okay.
student because they verified that the student has moved to a different setting.
Now,
Approved
private
setting.
schoolers are not.
Same if, yes, private schools, the same thing. So if you removed your student, put them in a private school and the records were sent from the public school to the private school, we have verified that that student has changed schools, we can remove them from the denominator, right? So if we know where they went, the challenge is if I have removed my student, said I'm going to homeschool, but I don't actually run a registered homeschool through the Department of Administration, we can't verify that. And so, yes, you would, in essence, be on the hook for that student. Additionally, state determined indicators include growth. So Dr. Bristow-Smith's point, growth is another one of those indicators that is not required under federal law. It becomes an option for us. And then high school, we use something known as math course rigor, the percentage of students passing math 3, and then ACT work keys, ACT and ACT work keys, and then we do growth in math 1, 3, and English 2. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Is it on? Okay. I know some students who are in private school find that it doesn't work for them. Either they've been in public school, go to private school, but they come back. Are they added back in either case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just confirming, students that are in a private school setting or in a homeschool setting have no data that tracks their performance in any of these indicators at all. Is that correct? That we
State
monitor?
indicated. That
State.
would be correct.
Thank you.
That would be correct.
Michael,
Yes.
on this cohort graduation rate, because we saw that it had gone up at our last meeting. But then in our literature, it said that there are some reports that students, even though they've graduated, are not prepared for after high school education and employment. So I'm curious, is that a standard that North Carolina sets on what equals learning equivalent to graduation? And my second part is, is it apples to apples when we compare ourselves to other states?
Yeah, so thank you, right? I appreciate this question. So I don't know if you know, but I did present to House Education last week. And this question sort of came up and I disagreed with the premise that was being made. So a couple of things to kind of draw us back a little bit, right? So we reported here, roughly 55% of students were proficient, right? And folks were saying, well, 45%, like that's not great. Okay, so one thing I will hold for you as you think about this. A 100% proficiency rate is not a goal. It's an aspirational policy decision. If you had a 100% proficiency rate on an assessment, it would be a poor assessment. We wouldn't be able to use it under federal rules because you can't actually look across the student's performance on the assessment and determine which students needed additional supports. So what I shared with the General Assembly is when you think about these proficiency rates, you should be looking at the highest reference group. So for example, in 3rd grade reading, the highest performing group are AIG students. They're about 88% proficient. So does that mean that 22%, you see what I'm getting at, right? All right. So 88% of AIG students are proficient. Benchmark against the highest performing groups, and that will sort of tell you right? I've heard this also before, like there's a ceiling on our assessments. There is no ceiling on the assessments, right? We don't have large numbers of students scoring perfect scores on our assessments. And if we did, then we would have to rework our assessments. And so you're always thinking about how can I get an appropriate distribution of students so I can determine students at different levels. And so I say that, and now to get to your broader question about are students prepared? And so one of the numbers that was quoted to me was something like 30%, ACT reports 30% of students are prepared for college. Okay, so let's carry that logic forward. 30% of students who go to college are prepared for college. I looked at the My Future NC website after I got back from that House Ed meeting. 75% of students are graduating from the UNC system in 4 years. That's more than twice the 30% that I was told weren't prepared. Seems to me that graduating from college means I was actually prepared to go to college. I would also contend that a persistence rate in the UNC system and independent colleges is about 86% first-year persistence. So students starts their first year of college, they make it to the second year at 86%. I don't know, some folks would argue with me. I feel like that's a pretty good proxy for being prepared for college. We can't control the 14% or whatever because kids leave college for various reasons. Might be the wrong setting for them. They might have financial issues, right? But I would argue that I would much rather look at the 64,000 children in North Carolina who were direct admitted to college last year as an indicator of them being prepared. Now, if you want to argue that that's the university question you would have to ask, right? So 64,000 kids admitted, 86% persistence. I don't know. Feels to me like we might have a question about whether or not a single point in measure time assessment like the ACT for all 11th graders, many of whom have no intention of going to college, whether or not that is the most valid indicator of preparation. And I'm certainly open to folks disagreeing with me on that point.
I want to ask a follow to that because I'm curious if you think the 4-year graduation rate is helping us determine that range of capacity that you were describing, meaning are there zip codes or counties, maybe zip codes is better, that are not, is it helping you identify where to put the resources? Because I think we would all agree that we want every zip code to have equal outcomes when it comes to public education.
Yes, and this is where I would point to the work that the superintendent has put in place. So beginning this year, kind of coming up very soon, we actually, I'm sorry, I think August is the correct date. We will be launching a public dashboard for the strategic plan benchmarks, the 2030 benchmarks, which will include the indicators around graduation rate, right? And so then part of the reasoning there is whatever we make public, what we make the focus is what schools will focus on. And so this, by reporting this, we also will then be able to dig into where we see districts that are overperforming, perhaps districts that are in need of support, and we can push resources. And this has sort of been the thrust of the whole strategic plan, is identifying areas of need and then providing appropriate resource to those specific districts. And we're doing it with our bright spots work around chronic absenteeism. So this is very much kind of the thrust of the superintendent and the state board now around identifying high performing, identifying need of support, and then driving resources.
Just could you tell us if it's apples to other states? That was the other.
Yeah,
piece.
cohort graduation rate, yes, would be, right? Because everybody's under the same rules. So in some of our other indicators, it's sort of, as I mentioned last week, we would look to NAEP to be the benchmark, right? So how does North Carolina compare to the rest of the country on NAEP assessments? That's the only one-to-one apples to apples comparison. And in general, we perform well. We have performed better in the past, but we perform well. I wouldn't say we're underperforming in that sense.
Thank you. Are we collecting, and how do we collect it? The private schools, we have some very good private colleges, including Dr. Books. And it'd be interested to know how they compare to our university system.
Yeah, so when I look at the My Future NC dashboard, actually lists both public universities and independent colleges, and the persistence and graduation rates are relatively the same. So yes, to your point. Yes, sir.
So remind me, 64,000 go to college out of how many?
I would have to get you that number. That 64,000 is direct admit. So we have a new program in North Carolina called NC College Connect. And it is a group of public institutions and independent colleges who have essentially said, if you meet GPA requirement and some other indicators, you are admitted. You're admitted. That number does not include students who are going to other institutions outside of those particular institutions. So the number is far greater than that. I would have to get you the actual number of students, but it's close to 40% of students in North Carolina. 40%. I believe that's correct. Someone can correct me if my number's wrong there, but
Is that right?
Yeah.
I have my concern is, and I agree with you about the legislators who constantly criticize the percentage and aren't educated on the information. And I think they refuse to be educated. I'm a legislator, but I'm not, I'm not one of those. But I do have a concern when you talked about how you disaggregate the groups, because in the Achievement Gap Commission we did in the 90s, we looked at not only the low wealth counties, but we looked at racial groups. So will racial groups be an indicator in that?
yes, they are still part of all of this
Okay.
work. Yes,
Okay.
yes. And that's sort of one of the things we noted last time I was here was we actually talked about kind of persistent disparities and addressing persistent disparities. So part of the message, I hope to send, right, is our responses should always be targeted. So like broad, general, sweeping generalizations often don't serve any group, right? Particularly those in most need. And so, yes, we continue to disaggregate. Okay. Okay. So what I want to note here is one of the key points is that federal accountability is multi-indicator by design. It is not simply one test score or a single rating. Yet we have distilled it down to a single test score, single rating. Okay. So these are our elementary indicators. So I'm going to go quickly because we sort of talked about this already, but you'll see the current achievement includes ELA reading and math, as well as Math 1 and Science end of grade. Our growth in elementary and middle school is ELA, reading, math, science. And then lastly, English learner progress. At the high school level, you'll note there are more indicators at the high school level, and that actually factors in a little later on. But at the high school level, our achievement measures include English 2, Math 1 and 3, biology. Our growth is in ELA and math. We look again at the English learner progress. And then, as I mentioned, adjusted cohort graduation rate. Math rigor, Math 3% passing the course, and then ACT work keys is the percent who are meeting a standard or the standard. What you should note, so our high school outcomes extend beyond just grade level proficiency, because we do care about whether or not students graduate, whether they're prepared for college, as we've talked about, whether they're prepared for careers, which we've talked about, and whether or not they have access to rigorous coursework. But even so, our A through F grade system relies heavily on achievement. So our current accountability system is heavily weighted on reading and math test scores, for good or bad. Proficiency accounts for about 80% of the overall score. The current model provides a limited reflection of readiness for college, career, and life. Standardized test scores do not necessarily, that's one indicator, one proxy measure. There are inequities across schools and student groups, including college credit earning, career technical education opportunities, enrichment. We certainly have an opportunity to lead in this work. Okay. I shared this with you last time, right? And so the message here really is the green, not statistically different from North Carolina, right? We're not going to belabor this too much, but of our peer states who also have A through F systems, we're sort of right in the mix with everybody else. Only Florida in math and reading grade 4 is statistically above North Carolina, and a couple are statistically below. So, however, this was 2022 NAEP. This is 2022 letter grades in North Carolina. So you remember I just said those peer states are not appreciably different from North Carolina. I'll draw your attention to the far right. DNF schools. North Carolina identifies 42.3% of our schools as having a D or F. All right. Okay, so the next logical conclusion is, well, then, Michael, those other states must also be in the 40% DNF range. In fact, they are not. What you will find, Arizona, 6, Florida, 5, 6, Louisiana, they're close, right? 24. They are not close. 18 for Mississippi and 6 for Texas. Not appreciably different on a national benchmarked exam where everybody's taking the same test, yet North Carolina says nearly half of our schools are failing. Please make it make sense for me. Not statistically different in 2024. And those states, the other states in grade 8, all these other states are statistically below North Carolina in math, grade 8. Okay? And again, North Carolina identifies over 33% of our schools as D or F. Arizona, 4. Florida, 3. 17 for Louisiana, and 13 for Mississippi.
Dr. Marr.
Yes, sir.
And I know we've talked about this consistently, but when we have the conversation about how the D and the F or the A through F grading system is done. And so what we try to get people to understand is that this is a case where you're comparing apples to oranges. So when we think about in some of these states, how you identify as a D or an F school or an A school, there's a marked difference in terms of how that's done. And so that means that if we look at a school and that state's formula says 20% of these kids are proficient, but X percentage have experienced growth as we would expect, and they are an A school. That's completely different than North Carolina, where we say you could have all of these numbers and 40 or 50% proficiency and you're a D school. And so in this case, a D performs far better than an A in a different state. And so I think we've got to continue to get people to understand that this grading system, if you accept that is different, then it gives you a different understanding. But if you don't believe there's any discernible difference, then it's going to lead you down a path that we know is not correct.
Yes, I agree.
And I would add, I think for our work, it would be very helpful to learn, maybe our Friday Institute friends can help us, or your office can help us learn how these states are giving out their grades. I'm sure we can get the metrics.
They're all formula based. And
We
how you determine. So I don't have their formulas. I'm sure somebody could do. They're available, yes. And your formula sort of stipulates. Yeah.
Very helpful.
And they start at different points as well. Yep. And actually, we'll get into a little bit of that, right? Like, so this purpose of what the grade identifies. Yes, sir. Senator Choudhury.
This on? Yeah. Appreciate the presentation and agree. I think there seems to be a lot of consensus about the fact that the grades we assign don't reflect our NAEP scores. What about the trends of the NAEP scores of North Carolina versus the other states over a 5 to 10 year period?
And so that I do have that data in the prior presentation, but essentially we've had slight declines in reading. Other states have had slight declines. A lot of that is still kind of post-pandemic slide. But essentially we're all moving in the same general direction, I think is the point you're asking about, right? Yeah. Yeah. Mississippi has made the most improvement of that state. And I think you're going to hear a little bit more about that today. Yeah.
Yeah. So these states all do have a single letter grade based on a formula. There is a very important and valid conversation about not having a single letter grade. Currently, 80% of our grade is achievement and 20% is growth. It is the equivalent of saying, I'm going to merge. I'm a hockey fan, so I'm sorry. So are you. The goals scored with the shots on goal. They're two completely different things. And at the end of the game, you don't merge them. In the end of the game, all that matters is how many goals you scored, which is achievement. But if you're a low performing hockey team, shots on goal matter because you're trying to see where you're going. And that's really important for a low performing school. And in my mind, growth is a very good indicator of adults in the building, and achievement is a measure of students. So I just want to flag here that it's not so much we want to be like other states, because I don't think the other states have necessarily gotten it right either. Yeah. Pieces that are interesting, and we'll hear from Rachel Cantor later, and they do this in Mississippi, is having a measure of how are you doing with your lowest performing kids. Florida does that, Mississippi does that, several states do that. So on the achievement side, giving sort of bonus points, because every school has a lower performing quintile, right? So I just want to flag some of that nuance, that it's not so much we want to be Florida as much as we really need to think carefully about what is the use of these labels. And in my opinion, as a parent, when my kids went to a Title I school, that growth measure was much more important than that achievement measure. And I had to go and dig to find that information. So
I just wanted to say, I love the comment that you made a few minutes ago when you compared the NAEP score to the letter score, and you said, make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I honestly, last meeting, did not realize that we had that ability to create our own indicators, and other states had theirs, and that there were different formulas. And I know that if me as an educator didn't really truly recognize that, our parents definitely don't. And so when they look at that letter score, they immediately buy into that. They really believe what we're putting out to them. And I said last time, why don't we go back to the drawing board and reassess these letter grades? And the comment was made, well, we don't want to lower the bar. But my thing is, we're not going to be lowering the bar. We're going to be aligning the bar to truly meet the standards that everyone else is doing, and it be a more consistent message, especially to our public, because the narrative is out there that public schools in North Carolina are failing, and I disagree with that. So just wanted to make that comment.
I want to be cognizant of time. We have technically gone over, but I think that's okay because we're having really good questions and everyone's speaking up. I'm so glad. There's nothing worse than everyone sitting quietly and nobody asking questions. So Emma, I'm thinking maybe we try to wind this up by 11.
Thank you.
And then we'll just have a somewhat truncated conversation at our tables, but we're having group conversation, and I think that's great too.
Right. These questions are exactly what the next part of our morning is intended to be. And so if that's okay, if Dr. Marr's schedule allows for it, but we'll get through this next 8 or 9 minutes.
For sure, I'm at your disposal. I think the one note I would make from this slide, so you see we're generally similar. We have a substantially more severe grading system. The policy question I think that you all will engage in is, does this current model distinguish schools needing intensive, targeted, or differentiated support? So as we think about accountability systems, they should guide our actions, right? So a couple of things. A strong system would tell us schools that need intensive intervention, schools that need targeted subgroup support, sort of to Senator Robinson's point, schools making progress, but not meeting expectations, sort of that growth indicator, and schools with strong outcomes across multiple measures. If too many schools receive the same low rating, the system becomes less useful for both targeting support and recognizing improvement. There are federal identifications as part of this ESSA system. So we have comprehensive support and improvement. So we, the state, is obligated to identify the bottom 5% of schools. We're obligated to identify 5%. Okay? And these are the categories. CSI low performing, these are the low performing 5% of all Title I schools. We have low graduation rate schools, graduation rates lower than 66.7%. Title I schools who are unable to exit the criteria become additional targeted. And then we have consistently underperforming schools. Those are schools with one or more subgroups with an F letter grade for 3 years, and then additional targeted support you can see here. So you see we have a number of categories in which we have to identify schools for support. This is what those numbers look like. So you'll note I said we are obligated to identify 5%. There are 251 CSI schools. And these are the categories. So 121 are low performing, 34 low grad rate, 68 targeted support, 450 consistently underperforming, and 961 in the additional. Okay. On top of the federal designation, we have a state low performing category. Now, we are, to Dr. Bristow Smith's point, we are obligated to identify the 5% under the federal category. We are not obligated to have a state low performing designation. We choose to have a state low performing designation. A low performing school is a school that has a school performance grade of D or F and a growth status of met or not met. Have to exceed growth in order to not be low performing if you are a D or F. A district has more than 50% of its schools. Continually low performing schools have been low performing in any 2 of the last 3 years, and then continuing low performing charter school, same. Here are our numbers of schools. Low performing schools, 686. 23 low performing districts, 670 continually low performing, and 50 continually low performing charter schools. 1,200 some odd schools in that category. There is some between this and this. No, not necessarily. No. So you see, you're making my point for me, right? 1,300 schools out of 2,500 schools. Does this system tell us what schools are most in need of support? I just shared with you that we already over-identify 35% of our, right? 35% is D or F. Now I've told you we're doing federal identifications, and then we're throwing state identifications on top. I have no idea which schools need the most support. Now tell me how to target our resources there. Creates a huge challenge. Okay, so we have a task force, as I mentioned, that is working on school accountability reform. Is a state board task force. They have met several times now, looking at all of the different factors. Their meeting presentations and notes and everything is available. So I would have that for you. And that's really my last slide. I'm happy to talk about anything else with the remaining 4 minutes.
Quick question. Have you actually looked at the overlap between the federal sort of low performing cluster, and that may have been what Brenda asked. I didn't hear what she said exactly. And the low and our own low performing, that where that overlap is? Yeah, we do. Yes. And there is overlap between those schools. Well, and so the challenge then becomes, maybe this is your question. You might walk into a given school and that school is state low performing, CSI low performing, CSI additional targeted support. I now have 3 different groups of people, in essence, trying to come in and help me or tell me what I need to do for one school. Right? So most states only use the 5% rule. They identify the bottom 5%, and those are the schools that they go. And you work to raise the profile of those schools because every year it's 5%. If you continue to improve in your performance across the state, there's always a bottom 5%.
That's
year over
what
year.
I'd like to know. Are those the same? Is that consistent?
Pretty much.
Well, that tells us something.
For sure.
That tells us where really where we're missing. If there's consistency between 23, 24, 25, and those are the same.
The challenge is they move in and out.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily every year it's the same group.
Okay.
If you're on the margin, sometimes you move out of status, sometimes you move back in status. And we have a relatively small team at DPI that's not in my group that actually tasked with doing this work.
So what percentage of the 23 and 25 were there before?
What percentage, like, does that number change? Is that,
district, what percentage
Oh,
of
they-
23
yeah, they
were
stay,
there before?
yeah, so they stay relatively the same, right? So it's a hand, I can't give you the
So
number.
it's
off.
100%?
No, it's not 100%,
Uh,
but it's
Mike, I think
90%?
it's about 75,
70, yeah.
77%. And so most of those districts, about 75% will stay there. But as Michael has said, you got a certain percentage that will move in and out. But we're pretty sure of the ones that consistently stay.
And as a low performing district, if I have 5 schools and 3 schools are in status this year, that's more than half. I'm a low performing district. And if next year 1 more school comes out of status, I'm no longer low performing.
Okay.
Right.
Follow-up question. Low performing schools, 686 and 25.
Mhm.
What percentage of them were in that same bucket in 23?
Well, we'd have to do some more analysis for you.
What do you think it is?
I don't like to make guesses like that. I could be wildly wrong. Yeah.
But
I
you
think
have a pretty good
I think your
idea.
point's well made, right? And I would agree. I think your point is we likely know who these schools are.
Absolutely.
And I would agree with that. What I would offer, while I agree with you, I would offer that 686 number isn't correct. And that we would be better served with an appropriately number of schools identified that we could in fact do support for, as opposed to trying to support nearly 700 schools with a team of, I don't know, Superintendent Green. It's not many people on the district and regional support teams.
15 to 20.
Yeah. So you got 20 people at the agency trying to support 686 schools, some of whom I would at least contend shouldn't even be on that list. So
Question.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to follow up on Alan's question. So leaving aside the multiple ways to determine whether schools are low performing or not, and I think we've had a good debate, and there seems to be some consensus that the grades we assign statewide is not the right way. But I guess as a follow-up, I mean, internally, recognizing you have limited resources and recognizing that you can't boil the entire ocean, like if you as an accountability officer were to come to the legislative leadership and say, we think that we should look at XYZ factors, which may also be a trend over the last 3 to 5 to 7 years, what would your recommendation be to whittle down the low performing schools and districts in order to be more targeted? Because my sense is that there are so many different factors. It's almost like paralysis by analysis, as opposed to maybe just honing down and figuring out where you target your resources in a more limited basis.
yes. So I'm not going to 100% answer because the accountability work group is actually doing this work. We are the CSI, TSI designations and how we should be identifying the bottom 5% of schools. I think to the broader point, I would contend that we don't need the state low performing designation at all. It does not provide added value to us in identifying schools in an effective way. I have very low confidence in the DNF as being a good indicator. I have a lot of confidence in the 5% number because I can just look and I know, right? The task force is going to have the unenviable task maybe of identifying whether or not that should be complicated. Should it be proficiency plus growth plus graduation plus English learner, or should it be simple proficiency rate? Are the schools most in need of support the schools who have the lowest proficiency rates in the state? And that's another way to think about it. So you have this full spectrum to think about.
So
Dr. Mark.
Well,
Okay.
and this may be the last comment, and so I'll get it in. And this is what's, I think, serious to me as a superintendent and what we have to really attend to as a task force. And it is about identifying a system that identifies what we want. And if that is about the lowest 5%, and as Dr. Morris said, that number is going to change every year. If it's 1,000 schools, 5% is one number. If it's 500 schools, it's a different number. What we also need to look at is determine whether or not we need a dual system, state and federal. We also have to determine what we have the capacity to support, because being at the department and knowing that that is a small group, when we identify that 5%, the department does not have the capacity to serve all of those schools, and we know that. And so it is about designing a system that measures what we want. If we want to create a rigorous system that shows our schools are failing, that's what we're going to do. If we want to create a less rigorous system that shows all of our schools are passing, that's not accurate either. And so one of the things I've struggled with as a superintendent is this idea of proficiency versus growth. And 10 years ago, I was one of those that drank the Kool-Aid and said 50-50. But I also recognize that 80-20 is not an accurate reflection either. So the correct answer lies somewhere in between. But it is, as a commission, what recommendation do we want to make that says this accurately reflects schools that are struggling and the resources that we want to put towards assisting those schools, because we know what those factors are. It is quality teachers and it is leadership. And it's also the gaps that persist with students before they ever get to public schools. And so there are ways that we can mitigate those, but it is about, do we want to be in a position to develop a system that accurately measures whether or not we're doing that?
So I saw two more hands that were up. I saw yours, Matt, and then another one at this table here. I think it was you, Anna, right? So we'll get to those questions now, and then we'll have some time for some of this discussion and commentary at your table. And with your table leads and facilitators, we'll be documenting that as we are looking into our next part of our morning. So Matt, if you want to go next.
Sure, and I'll be brief. My students are testing right now as we speak in this room. My students are taking their end of course exams. And so it's something this topic is timely for us who are in the field. One of the things that has always bothered me about our state testing system is that it suggests that you are either proficient or not proficient, or you are low performing or not performing. And what I would very much love for this Blue Ribbon Commission to consider, or for the Accountability Task Force to consider, is the power of language, because there's an intensely different focus when you say a student is not proficient yet, or a school is not proficient yet, as opposed to saying they're not proficient. It is the fundamental difference between a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. And I would love for that language yet. It's only 3 letters, but it makes such a difference in how a student perceives themselves when they receive back their Math 1 score and they realize they're not proficient yet, but they do have an opportunity to retest. Mm-hmm. And that retesting counts for achievement and growth, which was a brilliant move on your part a couple years ago when the DPI allowed us to do that. So yet.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marr. Appreciate your presentation this morning, and time to come back and to be so flexible in the discussion here. I'm going to ask Kenny to. It might not be the last time. That's right. I'm going to ask Kenny to come up and switch our slide deck here. I want you to turn to your notebooks, however, while he is doing that. Post-it notes, highlighters are back there at your tables now if you want to use those to document and to mark those up. Your discussion in your small groups and really across the tables here this morning is really important as we're thinking about and you're developing and planning for these recommendations. And so as we're hearing these presentations, as you begin and continue to have conversations, especially in your new makeup of your table this morning and this afternoon, we want to make sure that we are supporting you and capturing that information, but also we're reflective of all of the inputs that you are providing in this process. So one of the things that I had a question about, I'm going to ad lib here a little bit with one of the things as a facilitator for this group, is asking a question about what is a recommendation? What is a Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education recommendation? Are we talking about this whole new model, this whole new thing that's going to exist, and there's going to be subcommittees, and sometimes that's 2 years of work to develop that type of recommendation? Or are there recommendations that say, we're going to recommend that this be studied, that this be tried, that this be a new approach, that this is the big idea? We'll talk about that, and we'll have Anne share a little bit about her input there in this afternoon. But that's something to keep in mind as you are considering and reflecting upon what this looks like. I really was reflecting quite a bit on what Don had shared with the commission at the very first meeting, thinking about how are we creative? How do you suspend judgment? How are you determining if current investments are yielding the best possible results? And then where is there a sense of urgency? And if you remember his opening remarks last month, really moved by those types of commitments that he is asking as co-chair for this commission for what that can look like. And so in your notebook, what you have is a synthesis of all of the different conversations that happened across that day. So it's going to look like this image that's here on the screen is titled Input, Synthesis, and Emerging Themes. And so there were some cross-cutting themes that appeared in all of the conversations at the tables that we had last month. And then as you see, there are charts below that for each of the charges that were discussed. So the student advancement and student achievement there is on that first page. And then as you flip through, you'll see the other three, including that accountability piece. And so what you'll see on the left-hand side of that chart then is a synopsis of what was discussed, and then some guiding questions that seemed to emerge from the conversations that you all were having. And so I point to that now as we are thinking and reflecting upon Dr. Marr's presentation. You've asked some really powerful questions. You've had some really important comments, things that you've shared, compelling things that we have continued to capture today. And so what I'd like you to do is now engage in conversation there at your table. Take a look, especially at that first page of that Input, Synthesis, and Emerging Themes document, and maybe also that accountability chart. We'll get to the middle too there as our program and our meetings continue, and this will continue to develop. But want to hear more from you about this presentation on accountability that you've just heard, and then also on these inputs that were shared in your last meeting as we're thinking about how do we continue to work through this messy, muddy kind of pile of data that is before us and what we can possibly do with that. And so we'll spend just about 20 minutes or so with you at your tables, having conversation and discussion. And again, your facilitators capturing that. Your table leads also have some guiding questions for you to use as well to help propel that conversation. Time now for you to talk and to engage in that discussion.
Good. And I know that from looking at that line,
that we don't use the second
you don't need a state dissertation. Kids get a question. I think we should do all of the work. Not a the question is a good question. And the whole goal is have to get
All right, folks, I need to keep you all on time. So I'm going to ask if there is a table lead that they would share out a quick synopsis or a reflection from the conversation. So we can start with any table lead volunteers. Alan, do you want to give us a quick recap of your conversation, if you don't mind?
Are you all ready? We had a great conversation, and I think the discussion here is how do we apply resources, and how do those resources applied in the way in which will give us the best results long term. The senator brought up a wonderful idea or a thought process that by the way of defining schools may be taking away resources from others. And so that's the fact that we're defining it differently or not at all the proper way hurts us. And we had some really great conversations around proficiency and what the word proficiency means. So do we have a child that can pass the test in the third grade? The truth is those that can't pass the test in third grade can probably still read. But at what level can they read? And should they be progressed? And so the perception of that and how it applies in our applications of resources down the road is a big deal. And we had some conversations about the fact that we put our kids through hell in half of Georgia just to make sure they can get ready for the test, as opposed to the realities of life and education. Did I say that right, Teresa? Okay.
Great. Thank you,
Good,
Alan.
thanks.
Appreciate it. Don?
It's good. We spent a fair amount of time discussing the issue of where DPI, for example, can intervene and support. And we talked a lot about using the federal definition of the lowest 5% versus the confusion of issues that Michael shared about the low performing, our definitional issues in North Carolina. So I think we came down more on the side that in terms of state resources, going in to help a school using that bottom 5% made a lot of sense. But we also talked about that a school that has been getting particular support, when they lose it, that's a problem. When they start improving, they can lose it. So then we got into basically district support, local dollars, make a lot of the financial decisions about what's going, as well as how those federal dollars are supporting. So the idea of having a cleaner system and maybe moving away from the definitions of low performing might make a big difference. However, that does not mean we're still going to have grades for schools. And so the issue of growth has to be a part of that. And so we talked about that's important for determining grades. And our teacher of the year here talked about from Onslow County, Marissa talked a lot about a program that she uses called Read Theory that actually tracks everybody's students' individual progress in reading all year long from where they are, starts with a needs assessment, goes through and tracks them. And it helps her as a teacher know the kind of progress that they're making very well. And she's actually used it both in middle and high school as a tool. So then we talked about competency-based measures so that when kids are ready to be assessed, that we could assess them earlier. And so if a student is ready in the second grade for fourth grade work, then that might be an option too. Like as Brenda Berg said, we'd be the first state in the country to have more of a competency-based assessment system. So we didn't reach any firm conclusions, but we sure did have some great conversation.
Good, great. Thank you. Anne, next.
We too focused on the challenges of the A through F system and, how did it come about, which we learned came largely from a deep commitment to parents trying to come up with a simple, easy to use system so parents could understand their kids' schools. But I think we all agreed that that has not really worked out in practice. And as Dell pointed out, how useful is this if 40% of the schools are a D or an F? So we did have the benefit of having Mo at our table, and as Dr. Marr alluded to, there is the task force that's working on accountability right now, and trying to find ways to dovetail the task force work with our work is something we talked about, and perhaps getting a report from them on how that is going. But Matt also pointed out that when he was principal of the year in 2019, one of his first questions was about how the A through F system was not working well, and what thoughts did he have for making changes or improvements. And that was 7 years ago. And as I had told y'all from day one, we're not going to be here debating stuff. We're going to make some real changes in this group, and we're going to make these changes relatively quickly. So how can we find low-hanging fruit, as it were, that could dovetail with the work of the accountability task force, but could perhaps be actionable in a quick time frame and make a real difference. So it was a robust discussion, as I expected from my table.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Connie?
So we talked about that the challenge related to having a common dashboard that everybody agrees that these are the metrics we're measuring. So, you know, we had data last time from NC Best and My Future, and everybody's using different measures. It complicates and reduces a cohesive approach so that we're all in agreement on what data we are measuring in order to make it the most useful, the most accurate, and the cleanest, which is what, you know, Michael presented in his data. We also talked, we have a teacher of the year as well as at our table, and she shared the testing schedule, which is well over 100 days of testing that an elementary school student will go through during the year in order to meet the federal, state, and district level testing requirements. So significant. We also stress that we think achievement and growth are both worth measuring, perhaps as two independent measures. But we agreed that that is something that we found important to measure. And then across the failing districts, whether the 5% or the Ds and Fs, there were the schools that have been successful. It was shared, you know, that you can see that the impact of good leadership at the superintendent level, at the local, when good leaders are active, good leadership from the classroom and the district level. And then if local boards being all on the same page about working to improve the school system, it matters. And then lastly, we made a comment about funding. Is funding going to the poor performing schools? And it is limited funding. So, and not enough to address the challenges being faced. And then particularly about the funding for students on individual learning plans that come into the charter system, or if they're in the charter system, it's, you know, in the public schools have the most of these students, and it's significant work and it's significant cost associated with it.
I'm going to ask Sarah Bossell, one of our Friday Institute staff here, to grab your microphone there and share a little bit as well, because I've put out at your tables a handout. And Sarah, if you could explain what it is that you've printed for them.
Absolutely. Good morning. In the spirit of responsiveness, we wanted to provide high-level state profiles of how they determine their school accountability grades. The question was posed during Dr. Marr's presentation. We printed out only the state profiles that were also linked in his presentation. However, we will, in your follow-up materials, provide a link to that website. These were last updated in 2024, and it gives you an idea of how other states are grappling or have grappled with this very issue.
So we have reached the end of our morning now, and we will be quickly heading over to lunch. It's in the hallway where you had lunch yesterday or last month. It feels like yesterday, but last month. And Nortel, this room behind us, is available again if you'd like to spread out. I will caution you, though, to go ahead, grab your lunch. We're calling this a working lunch because you're going to have these conversations and discussions with each other and bring them back for this afternoon. We will need to start promptly at 12:15 for our presentation on the current status of the science of reading with our DPI colleagues that are here, because at 1:30 we will be Zooming with Rachel Cantor for her presentation on the Mississippi Marathon. So we do have a tight schedule this afternoon. Appreciate all of your energy and enthusiasm for it this morning. We'll go ahead and dismiss now for lunch. Feel free to spread out in here or in Nortel next door. Thanks, everybody.
Put the bag down. Yeah.
do not happen in the office. They happen in classrooms every single day. So we want to start out because we know you're getting ready to hear from Rachel Cantor and hear much about Mississippi. We wanted to go ahead and pull out some of those themes and some of the things that she might talk about and think about this idea of why does Mississippi matter in the discussion around North Carolina? Well, as North Carolina began drafting its own robust literacy policy, Mississippi had already enacted a policy to support early literacy and elevated the conversation across the country. Education leaders and policies were paying attention and they took note. And North Carolina educators and policymakers also took note. In North Carolina, we learned lessons from the work in Mississippi about what were the critical pieces we wanted to include in our legislation. And many of you in the room were instrumental in supporting this work in the General Assembly and getting this policy passed. I'd like to draw your attention to a few distinguishing factors between Mississippi and North Carolina that provide some important context as we move our discussion forward. North Carolina, remember, we have to keep in mind, North Carolina has 3 times the number of students that are in Mississippi. So you see we have 1.5 million students in North Carolina, and you can compare that to Mississippi. We serve 115 school districts that vary in size, all the way from our largest Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and Wake County public schools to some of our very smallest, Hyde County, that where our beautiful Ocracoke school resides. So we have large districts to very small districts across our state. So while both states have very similar literacy policies, the implementation approaches must differ because of the size of our state. When we think about these policies, Excel in Ed is one of our national partners, reviewed both North Carolina and Mississippi's policy and found that both policies, North Carolina's and Mississippi's, have a strong policy. Both policies include statewide literacy screeners that require progress monitoring and evidence-based literacy instruction. Both states also have promotion and retention guardrails in place. Excel in Ed recommends trained literacy coaches in every elementary school. North Carolina has begun building a foundation for that vision. We have 115 early literacy specialists, one per district, and they are now being trained in the fundamentals of literacy coaching to strengthen that school level implementation and sustain those evidence-based literacy practices with the goal of creating a scalable model across the districts and across schools in our districts. Both states we know have made important literacy investments, but national recommendations point to the next step, identifying and sustaining the level of funding needed to fully implement the literacy framework, including supporting coaching in every elementary school. North Carolina also has a universal literacy screening in place. The next step is ensuring consistent dyslexia risk screening statewide by clarifying the required measures beyond our DIBELS 8, such as rapid automatic naming and spelling. In North Carolina, we monitor the use of high quality instructional materials through our literacy intervention plan to ensure alignment with the science of reading. However, we have no state approved curriculum adoption list. One takeaway from Mississippi, from the Mississippi Marathon, as you'll hear Rachel refer to it, is literacy gains were not driven by a single policy. Change requires long-term alignment of policy, leadership, accountability, implementation, and above all, persistence over time. Now we're going to take a deeper dive into North Carolina's implementation journey. Okay? So we know that North Carolina embraced the science of reading because we had a significant investment in educators. We built infrastructure and set clear expectations for evidence-based literacy instruction. That leadership has produced early gains, which you'll see in a few minutes, and has laid a strong foundation. Now we're moving from adoption of a robust policy to sustained implementation, which is where much of the difficult, arduous work lies. Grounded in our statewide data trends and national implementation research, the Office of Early Learning has identified priority goals. One of our first priority goals is to strengthen our support for grades 2 and 3. Second and third grade teachers have one of the most complex tasks of all early grades teachers and have some of the most variance in student performance across their classrooms. In any given second or third grade class, you might have students that are reading and fluent and ready for complex comprehension tasks. You may also have students that are still in need of support to gain those foundational skills that are required. So this makes reading instruction in these grade levels complex. So our office is intensifying coaching through a focused school coaching model that will allow our early literacy specialists to work directly with teachers to provide coaching support based on data using resources provided by their districts. Our office will also continue to emphasize progress monitoring as a leadership lever. Schools who make better progress also demonstrate greater fidelity to progress monitoring. And we also are continuing to work to align our professional learning, our coaching, our knowledge building, and our assessments. Through all of this, we're continuing to leverage the literacy intervention plan as the coaching system, ensuring that early literacy consultants as well as our early literacy specialists support districts to operationalize the plans that they have put in place, the plans that they have outlined in which they talk about core instruction as well as intervention and summer reading camps. You can see that North Carolina has certainly led. With the support of the state board, the General Assembly, and policy advocates such as yourself, North Carolina has taken early and decisive actions, adopting early literacy policies grounded in the science of reading. And this policy has outlined expectations across the state. We have provided letters training statewide and continue to sustain that letters training through our office. And North Carolina is being recognized for that work. And you can see some of those recognitions on the screen. We know we've made these critical investments in our education system, and we've outlined a consistent expectation for district leaders. However, we know that this is just the beginning of the work. We are moving from adoption of a policy and training of letters to sustained sustainability, and support based on the trends that we're seeing in our early literacy data. This slide provides some detailed information about the historic investment that North Carolina made in LETRS. LETRS is the professional development identified in our early literacy policy, and you can see that our office alone has provided over 1,700 training sessions since 2022. And this doesn't include the sessions that have been provided by district local facilitators or by Lexia. So you can see our investment was historic. But let's shift our focus a little bit to some of the data that has helped inform the decisions that we're making moving forward, okay? So we have this graph actually provides a snapshot of our K-3 DIBELS data from 24-25 and compares North Carolina students to other students in the nation. The national data captured in purple represents 3 million students from all 50 states. And in North Carolina, represented by the blue bars, we assessed over 400,000 students in our public schools. Okay, just as a reminder, remember when we think about DIBELS and we talk about DIBELS, it is a risk indicator. It is not a measure of proficiency. So this data, when we look at it closely and begin to dig in, we see that this data actually tells 3 stories. Okay, first, you can see that in North Carolina, kindergarten students come to school below other students in the nation. You can see beginning of your kindergarten, we had 33% of our students that came in either at benchmark or above benchmark. Absolutely, absolutely. So DIBELS 8 is our screener. So DIBELS actually stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, okay? And so BOY, MOY, EOY, those are our 3 yearly benchmarks. So we have beginning of year benchmark, we have a middle of year benchmark, and an end of year benchmark, okay? And then you see our grade levels are represented there, okay? So if you look at kindergarten, again, 33% came in at benchmark or above benchmark. However, when we compare that to national users, you see our kindergartners grow more than kindergartners in the nation overall. And you see the same pattern start emerging in first grade, okay? So you see our students actually make more gains, faster gains than other national users. That's a positive trend we want to uplift. North Carolina students are showing strong early literacy performance, particularly in kindergarten and first grade, where foundational growth is really evident, okay? The next story we want to illustrate, as students move into 2nd and 3rd grade, okay? So if you see these grade 2, grade 3 bars there, we begin to see what we're identifying in our office as a plateau. The gains we see in foundational decoding do not accelerate at the same rate, right? Once students are expected to read that connected text with fluency, which is at a rate that allows for comprehension. This pattern has prompted us as an office to really take a step back and to focus deeply on that 2nd and 3rd grade fluency to comprehension bridge, which is why we have identified 2nd and 3rd grade as a priority moving forward. So this was 24-25. These were our beginning of year results this year for 25-26. So if you notice and you take a look at the patterns emerging here, you notice that we are beginning approximately in the same place in kindergarten that we began last year. So again, 33% of kindergartners came in at or above benchmark or ready for learning, right? You also see that if you look at 2nd and 3rd grade, you'll also see that we have made some gains at the beginning of year in 2nd and 3rd grade, right? They're not as great as we would like, but we do see the work that we're doing in kindergarten and 1st grade beginning to translate into that 2nd and 3rd grade. So we just met with Amplify for our middle of year review, and North Carolina students in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade really do continue to outperform the nation. Both for showing growth of students at or above benchmark and for reducing the number of students that are at risk. 87% of our students in K3 who scored at or above benchmark at beginning of year remained at or above benchmark at middle of year results. So really just to bring this data together a little bit for you, the critical message to share with all of our stakeholders, and we do share this with all of our stakeholders, is from 21-22 to 24-25, students in North Carolina have made tremendous gains in foundational reading skills, that phonemic awareness and decoding, if you will. We are really approaching that critical mass of 80% of students, which is an indicator that our core instruction is effective. Our core instruction is strong in our classrooms across North Carolina. However, when combined, we see that 41% of second and third grade students are not achieving fluency with grade level text, which causes our office again to begin examining why this is happening and what we as an office can do about it. Okay, so you've listened to me do a lot of talking right up to this point. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an opportunity to discuss at your tables what strengths in North Carolina's current literacy policies and implementation systems are really helping drive early gains, and where do gaps still exist in sustaining growth beyond kindergarten and first grade. So we're going to give you 5 minutes or so to have a little discussion at your table. Mary, Dr. Wilson Norman, and I will be around to support that discussion. And then when it's time to come back, I'll give our friend at the back a little train signal and you'll hear that, okay?
Can we ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have consistent curriculum across K through 3 in North Carolina?
Most of our districts, all but I believe 6 districts across North Carolina, have adopted high quality instructional materials. And we know that because we examine our literacy intervention plan, and those curriculums have been identified and they have to be in alignment with the science of reading. So one for word recognition and also language comprehension. And so we have identified the curriculums that are being used across North Carolina.
And how many?
But we do not have a state adopted list. There's not one curriculum that is approved or on a state adopted list, as long as it's in alignment because of that local control. But we also from our
so
I think if we were going to create a list, one of the things we would have to do is we would have to create a request for proposal process. In our office, we also have provided and produced a curriculum vetting document for both word recognition and language comprehension, so that when we know districts are looking at new curriculum, we provide that document. Our early literacy specialists or our early literacy consultants will also support them with that discussion and support them with that vetting process. Although we as a state agency do not recommend curriculum, we provide guidance on how to examine and look at curriculum to make an informed decision.
So the answer is we do not have consistent curriculum.
We do not have consistent.
Okay, second question is, how many teachers do we have in K through 3?
Number of teachers, I would have to look the number of teachers up.
And have those teachers been reprogrammed to teach the curriculum?
The majority of our teachers have been provided training in letters, right? So letters is language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. So the majority of teachers that are currently being trained are either beginning teachers, or there are teachers that have come to teaching through an alternative pathway. So an alternative licensure pathway. Those are the teachers that we're primarily training currently.
We have a
what percentage of the teachers in K through 3 do you think are certified?
Last week, I'd be afraid to quote. Last week I was presented with a statistic, but I'd be afraid to quote it.
To realize that the beginning of the year score does not count. Any growth that takes place in kindergarten from day 1 to middle of the year, none of that growth counts. So that is where a gap starts to form. Kindergarten is the only grade level where the growth model does not begin day one of school. It begins with the middle of the year score. So if you really looked at that, it's 66 minus 52. So that would be 14% growth versus 28% growth. And that is a law and a policy that needs to be changed. So for my legislators that are in the building, we need this to change. I've been fighting for this for 29 years, and it really doesn't seem fair for kindergarten teachers to be doing all this work and growing these children to the capacity that we are, but only getting partial credit for growth, and that counts towards our EBOS. So just wanted to make sure you knew that when you were talking at your tables.
On the question about the folks being trained, we spent most of our morning talking about testing and all the testing.
Mm-hmm.
Do we test the teachers to see if they learned the training?
They do. They actually do have a pre-assessment that they take prior to beginning letters, and then they have a post-assessment that they take after. They take post-assessments all along, but they take a post-assessment after volume 1 and volume 2.
And what happens if they fail?
Then we work with our early literacy specialists to provide follow-up coaching for those folks.
Are the colleges aligned so that they're in the teacher ed curriculum?
Yes, we continue to work with our educator prep programs to bring alignment. And yes, they are in alignment with the science of reading as well. And just as a highlight, in our partnership with our EPPs, we also have just this fall provided them with demonstration accounts or demo accounts for our literacy screener, so that our beginning teachers have exposure to that literacy screener prior to coming into the classroom as well. So it's a great partnership that we continue to cultivate with our EPPs. Okay, so I'm going to give you a few more statistics, a little bit more data, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mary, and she's going to talk about what is our next step. So based on all of this information and all of this data, what are we as an office going to do? What steps have we identified, and where can we use your support? So when we think about the Read to Achieve legislation, Mary and I have conversation about this all the time. And, I don't know if any of you watched the Artemis 2 launch and all of the space coverage over the last few weeks, but we kind of equate the Read to Achieve legislation is equivalent to our literacy moonshot, right? So it charges us to ensure that all students are reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade. Right? The Excellent Public Schools Act provided a framework to reach that goal. And one major component of that framework was the literacy intervention plans. Okay. The literacy intervention plan encapsulates every component, and it helps districts define literacy instruction across core. So that means what happens every day in a classroom, and across intervention if students might be struggling. And it includes what is going to happen and who might be invited to summer reading camps, as well as database decision-making rules, right? When operationalized, we really believe that this plan defines and drives implementation of evidence-based literacy practices across a district. So I'm going to give you a few slides of data around our summer reading camps. We know summer reading camp is an extension of the literacy intervention plan. And this data shows the number of 2nd grade students that attended reading camp. And the bottom row shows the number of eligible students that were at the benchmark, that met benchmark by the end of that reading camp. Okay. This slide actually shows our 3rd grade students. the students that were eligible to attend reading camp, and then the bottom row will show the number of eligible students that reach proficiency after reading camp. So remember, reading camp is an extension of the school year, and it provides an additional 72 hours, only 72 hours of additional instruction for our students. It requires that second and third grade students are invited, okay, within that legislation. Yes. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes. And then we have our retention data also for you as well. This retention data, after a pandemic related spike in 2020, 2021, we see that third grade retention and transitional placements have steadily declined, which is a positive. However, rates remain higher than pre-pandemic levels, underscoring our need to really continue to strengthen early intervention, reading acceleration where necessary, and strengthen our school level supports. All right, so you can see this retention data here. Correct. Under the policy, yes.
Or is it or placed in?
Just a reminder.
Or placed in an accelerated classroom. So the reading retention label, remember in our third grade, remember if students are not proficient in third grade, they will receive a reading retention label, okay? And that label can mean a couple of different pathways. So they may go in an accelerated classroom where they have a highly trained teacher that can provide the additional support, okay? To ensure that they get what they need, okay?
You have that broken down. How many were?
Microphone, please.
Is the data broken down into who stayed in third grade retained versus who went into a transitional class? Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
It does make sense. No, I don't think we have that available currently. Okay. So again, we have another question here. I don't know if you want to spend any time discussing or if we want to just continue on as we have. We'll just continue on. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Not in relation to graduation rate, but we could work on getting that data for you. All right.
Please use the microphone if you don't mind, people. Where it's hard to hear.
Sorry. On the retention and accountability retention data slide, it says third grade placed in third, fourth transition or placed in fourth grade accelerated class. What's that? It's the next slide.
Yes. So again, those are the options that we have. They can be retained. They can be placed in a transition class and provided additional support or in an acceleration model. So different schools can determine which model they would like for students to go in.
I guess I'm not understanding the accelerated. Is that like a 3-4 transition, or when I think of accelerated, I think
you
of
think
advanced,
yes.
right?
So when we think about supporting our accelerated teachers, what we really think about is we think about how supporting a schedule that allows for catch-up growth in those classrooms. And so we specifically go into those classrooms and support those teachers to develop a schedule that allows them to get their grade level standards, but also allows them to catch up in many of the skills that you might see the deficits.
And what happens after this year?
After
this 1 year of retention,
So there are some pathways for them to demonstrate proficiency. They can demonstrate proficiency through our DIBELS assessment. If they get a 725 Lexile, they also can demonstrate proficiency or promotion, if you will, by passing an end of grade test or a read to achieve test. So they have essentially 3 pathways or 3 different ways to demonstrate proficiency in order to be promoted as well.
This is where my Sampson County comes in a little bit. I just feel like if we're going to say that our goal is that all students are going to be reading at grade level by third grade, And if you're not reading at grade level by third grade, well, then you're going to have to go back and do it again. And to say you're going to be in a fourth grade accelerated class seems to be sending like the opposite message of what you're supposed to be sending. I mean, who comes up with these names? Can't DPI say you're retained means you're going to be held back until you can do this?
That would require us to go back and look at the policy. Yeah.
Like the one the legislature passed?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is one of the things I would add to that comment, because I think it speaks to what people may understand about retention and where students are. And so one of the things that we do know already, regardless of our policy, is what works and doesn't work in retention. And so one of the things that we absolutely know is that retention is not going to be something that gets you where you need to be. And so that answers the question that you have, that we have to explain to people that retaining a student doesn't necessarily close any gaps or does anything to prevent, to accelerate them. So it is about if a student is struggling and they have gaps, how do we properly send that student to the next grade and do things to help close those gaps? If we're not doing anything to close gaps, then if a student is not proficient, then we can't have kids that are 15 or 16 years old still in the third grade. So it is about what kind of frameworks we put in place. And so one of the things that I would certainly think that we need to consider is how to develop that early literacy framework for every school, because we have that framework, but we also know that it has to be a fundamental part of what every school has. It's sort of like if you have a school and a school number, the state gives you a principal, bar none. That's a fundamental part that has to be there. So identifying that framework, but having a better explanation of what happens when a kid is not proficient and whether retention works or not, because it will work for some students, but the majority it does not.
Right. I think we really have to consider, what are you going to do differently? And that's really the attempt when we think about a 4-5 transition, or you think about an accelerated class. I think you have to really identify, if I'm retaining these students, what is going to be different for them next year? It can't be a year of, longer and louder. All right, a little wardrobe change, a transition. Goodness. I'm Mary Durfel, and I'm going to take us through from training to coaching implementation. All right. So now we're going to move this conversation along to start discussing future implementation efforts. We're shifting the emphasis of support from our office from training to coaching. The transition from training to practice requires intensive job-embedded coaching. The seminal research from Joyce and Showers strongly suggests that job-embedded coaching is the main driver needed if we want to see changes to instructional practices. All right, so we've talked a little bit about the literacy intervention plan. I'm just going to expand on that just a bit. The literacy intervention plan, which is named in the Excellent Public Schools Act of 2021, it actually is the anchor for our state-funded early literacy coaches that they will use for coaching within districts and schools. The literacy intervention plan, as Cynthia mentioned, outlines the instructional expectations for every tier of instructional support, as well as the comprehensive assessment system used for decision-making within the district. It connects core instruction, which is the instruction that every student receives every day. It connects that with intervention, and it connects it to assessment, which guides coaching so that standards-aligned literacy instruction shows up consistently in classrooms. So when we first began this work, we were supporting districts to align that instruction across all of the instructional tiers to the body of research we reference as the science of reading. That was the majority of our focus.
Now that we have the majority of our literacy intervention plans approved with no recommendations, so we have alignment, we're shifting our emphasis of support to operationalizing that LIP. We want to bring it to life in the classrooms, right, through coaching support. Okay, this graphic helps explain why our coaching support is focusing more intentionally on grades 2 and 3, as Cynthia showed you in the data. We see that plateau. So this graphic shows that text reading fluency is the bridge between word recognition and language comprehension. And together, those areas support reading comprehension. By text reading fluency, we mean the ability to read grade level text with enough accuracy, smoothly, and at a pace that supports understanding. Generally, what we aim for is about the rate of speech. That's how fast the brain can process incoming information. You don't want it to be too slow, and you don't want it to be too fast, or meaning breaks down. Fluent reading sounds natural and expressive. You know it when you hear it. When fluency is not yet developed, reading often sounds choppy, slow, and effortful. Grades 2 and 3 are a critical point because students are moving from learning foundational decoding skills to applying those skills and using those skills automatically while they make meaning from text. When word recognition becomes more automatic, students can focus more of their attention on comprehension and on demonstrating mastery of those grade level standards, which is really what we want. Our data shows strong progress in foundational skills, but it also shows that emerging plateau that you saw in grades 2 and 3. And that tells us that many students are getting stuck at that text reading fluency. Just like you see in the graphic there, it's almost a bottleneck for them. So that's why our coaching support is really zeroing in on grades 2 and 3 with a particular focus on fluency as the bridge to comprehension. It's not our only support, it's not our only focus, but it is our targeted area based on our data. Because of the trends we're seeing in the data, we're shifting, we're making some intentional operational shifts from our office. These are not separate initiatives, they are connected actions designed to strengthen instruction and support the grades 2 through 3 fluency to comprehension transition. So we're sharpening our focus on grades 2 3 fluency by supporting our early literacy specialists, those are our state-funded coaches, with professional learning on how to address the fluency bottleneck and embed that work into their professional learning communities and their coaching cycles. We're aligning our coaching cycles to data patterns. So support is focused where the data show the greatest need, particularly in grades 2 and 3. In coaching cycles, we want teachers to connect 3 things: what the standards expect, what the data shows students need, and what evidence-based instruction will move students forward. We're implementing a focused school model to provide deeper support, learn what works, and build a model that can be scaled over time. We're refining our PLC tools by giving districts and early literacy specialists resources that strengthen explicit, effective reading instruction. We're using progress monitoring as a leadership tool because consistent progress monitoring student progress, monitoring the impact of instruction helps districts know whether instruction is working and whether students are getting the support they need. Because we know that that is actually our purpose, right? Is providing that support, whatever support the students need. That's what we want to provide, is that amount of support for students. We're leveraging that literacy intervention plan. That's why you've heard so much about it. That's our delivery system, right? By aligning our coaching cycles to this plan, our goal is to operationalize it in classrooms. We want it to come to life. It's written down beautifully on paper, but we know that to make an impact for students have to receive those evidence-based strategies and instruction, right? In order to benefit from it. And together, these shifts allow us to move from identifying the problem in the data to organizing our coaching, our professional learning, and district support around a clear instructional response. This slide shows how our coaching structure has evolved to support sustainability. In the first phase of our work, our coaching support was very broad. We focused on statewide letters implementation and training, the facilitation of that training and system support. That way we could build a strong foundation in the science of reading first. Now we are building on that foundation by becoming more targeted and intentional with our use of instructional coaching cycles, group PLC coaching, and strengthening our database decision-making support. To do that well, we've trained our early literacy consultants in our office, and we are now training our early literacy specialists in the fundamentals of literacy coaching. The fundamentals of literacy coaching is a framework that is evidence-based. And it was developed in partnership between the Florida Center for Reading Research and Excel and Ed. This gives us a common coaching approach that will be used in our focus schools. The goal is to learn what works in a focused setting, refine that model, identify the drivers, identify the barriers, and then scale it more broadly across districts. In conclusion, you can see here that our office is working to align our professional learning, our coaching, and our leadership support in order to reduce the variance in implementation across the state. We all have a role to play. Our early literacy and early learning consultants, our letters facilitators, and state-funded early literacy coaches, they're a dynamic team. And they provide support on multiple levels. And you can see that here. The early literacy and early learning consultants provide support to district level staff. State-funded coaches are deeply embedded in the districts and support both district leaders and school-based leaders, while also providing direct coaching support to teachers in focus schools. So they're doing systems level work and instructional coaching work. As an office, our goal is to provide continuous support to those early literacy specialists to strengthen their knowledge and skills in literacy coaching, because we know that is what ultimately moves the needle forward. All right, so for the sake of time, should we continue? Okay, we'll continue going here. All right. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Right.
She asked, why would we not ask
not
this
discuss this? Right. And I think really what we kind of wanted to open up for conversation here is what conditions or guardrails are the ones that matter most. So thank you. Thank you for lifting that up. Yes.
About almost a third of elementary schools now have advanced teaching roles.
Mm-hmm.
So are you using a trainer of trainers model? Because obviously they can both
Mm-hmm.
train on science of reading, train on high quality instructional materials, but also enforce it on a day-to-day basis. What does that look like? And can that be sort of, instead of trying to get a coach per school, we're already, I mean, that's a $200 million investment.
Right.
Can we leverage that investment?
Yeah.
How can we do it better?
That's an excellent question. I'm glad that you answered it. One of Dr. Wilson Norman's big kind of encouragement, and one thing that we are doing at the agency is collaboration across various offices. And so, you know, that is exactly the kind of collaboration that we are working toward in our office, because you're exactly right. And I was actually talking to a leader in a district who was talking about that exact thing. They're hiring in those advanced teaching roles, and she called me to ask me about like how can we get those folks connected with the early literacy specialists. And so, yeah, that's a wonderful question.
And a separate question to it prior, when you sort of went on, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you went a little quickly on when Mr. Gant asked the question about curriculum, about local control, like we now know, NCOM, Dr. Wilson, and we know now that you can actually recommend actual curriculum, and we know now that the state can actually require curriculum. Now that we know that definitively, are you taking steps toward doing that? Thank you.
We are actually working on a high quality instructional materials process because we know that we want to help our districts by ensuring that we have high quality curriculum, but also that we're able to train and support various districts no matter size. So we are working on that, and more information will come out soon.
We got about 6 or 7 more minutes for the rest of your slides, and we want to save about 10 minutes for some of the questions that we had to pause on. So if you can keep moving. Thank you.
Great.
I want to make sure we get all the info.
Exactly. We don't have much more to go. The goal of the Office of Early Learning is really to build a sustainable model for improving literacy outcomes across the state, regardless of zip code, so that every teacher feels equipped and every student experiences success. If we can do that, we will fulfill that mission of the Excellent Public Schools Act. Here you can see a timeline that illustrates how we're progressing as an office and continuing to build our own knowledge and supporting regional consultants to continue to deepen their own knowledge. So a bit of a glimpse into the future there. And here you can see our partnerships for this work. As I mentioned before, there is a large effort in the agency to collaborate across offices. And so we continue to cultivate partnerships with internal and external partners to support the work. On this side, you can see our collaboration across the agency with other offices, as well as some of the partnerships we've cultivated beyond the agency. Our goal is to create sustainable structures and systems that continue into the future. North Carolina has built a strong foundation, but sustaining this work will require more than one agency, more than one initiative, right? As you look at these opportunities, we'd ask you to think about where your leadership, where your advocacy or investment could help move the work from promising practice to lasting impact. And I'll close with this. North Carolina has built the foundation. The next chapter will be defined by how we sustain, strengthen, and scale instructional impact for students statewide. And now I'll open it up.
Great.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort. I know this is it's a lot of work. Couple of questions for you all. Number one, so I know that I believe the Friday Institute did the initial kind of assessment of the Science for Reading program, where a number of recommendations were made to the General Assembly where we had passed follow-up legislation. I'm just curious, kind of at a macro level, what kind of assessment is being done with this program? And then maybe to jump ahead, I guess my second question is, what additional resources or changes do you feel like you all need to make in order to continue this program, to make this program successful?
So I think one of the things, and Dr. Norman, I'll let you definitely jump in. I think one of the things that we always look at when we look at any time a policy has come through and we begin to implement that policy, I think we inevitably, everybody wants to turn to student outcome data. So that's certainly one of the pieces that we look at. But we also look at when we implemented our letters training, we looked at that implementation as well, and we looked at outcomes with that, and terms of the quantitative number of teachers trained and those kinds of things as well. I think when we start to really, and the other piece that we can point to in terms of quantitative data is Where the rubber really meets the road in terms of where this policy is being implemented is when we look at our literacy intervention plans and we look at the quality of those literacy intervention plans and the quality of what districts are identifying. What are the steps that they said they are going to take? What are they going to put in place? And then not just what are you putting down on paper, but what are we actually seeing in the districts? So I think our early literacy consultants that are regionally based and our early literacy specialists have been critical partners to identify districts where we know this work is happening so that we can go into those districts and take a look at what's happening, and then we can begin to replicate those efforts across different districts. I think that the literacy intervention plan has been certainly one of the biggest critical levers in terms of really evaluating how are we implementing this policy.
Another question. So you told us previously that about 400,000 people are consistently do not come to class. Can you tell us what percentage of those are in K through 3?
Attendance data, I'd have to look that up. I'd have to see. Also, Ms. Berger, back to your question around replicating efforts as well. We are actually providing fundamentals of literacy coaching training to district level coaches and any district level coach, be whether they are in an advanced teaching role or if they're a school-based coach across the state as well. So that is something our office is working toward as well.
I want to get back to the question. It probably sounded crazy when I asked that because that kind of struck me. But was your point in terms of needing additional funding for offering the support, or where you should stop those who had achieved or had reached a certain point and provide those same resources to the ones who had not?
I think if I consider, if we're going for, shoot the moon, big ask, we would love to see a literacy coach in every school. If we can't see a literacy coach in every single school, then we'd love to see a literacy coach in maybe all our low performing schools. So we will certainly take all the literacy coaches we can get, because we know that that is the critical leverage point. We know that classroom practice does not change just because you went through letters. Classroom practice changes when you go through letters and when you have sustainable structures in place and when you have a partner to come along and support you to implement the learning and support you to look at the data and support you to ask questions and go deeper into that. We know that's where classroom practice, that's where outcomes for kids change, is in the classroom and with a thoughtful, helpful partner to make that happen.
Okay. And my second question, can't remember which name, but Doc, it doesn't matter. We'll answer. Okay. You mentioned you were coming up with recommendations in terms of us having the same curriculum, having a statewide curriculum.
Having some options of an approved list.
Okay. And when will that come forth?
We're working on the process now, and we hope to be able to start to share some things with our literacy standards adoption. And so within the next few months, we'll share the process, and then it'll take a little time for the list because we have to do the RFP and all of that stuff. But we will have a defined process where we would have how publishers get on a list.
So why would you have a list? Why would you not say, this is the curriculum we're going to use?
Because our goal is to figure out high quality instructional materials. So it could be more than one curriculum. And so given the local district's choice, but we don't want 10, we may want 3, based on when you think about the ability to train, sustain, and all of that. And so just looking at getting a narrowed list of 2 to 3 options so that schools have, or districts have, the options.
And why not go to 1?
Because 1 would limit any choice for districts. And so that would be drastic.
So I could respond to that, and I absolutely understand the idea of having something that everybody has to do, but this is where an approved list comes in. So when we think about school buses, DPI has a very defined parameter of the types of vendors that you can go with, and so that ensures that every district is meeting the standard that has been laid out by DPI. And so it's the same thing when it comes to the selection of any curriculum, that the purpose would be to vet those that we know meet the criteria, and then take away from districts the ability to go out and buy lemons when we know we've identified what actually works. And then that gives a lot more autonomy to the district, as opposed to saying one choice, this is the only thing that you get to use, and it doesn't give any variability that district may find. But it does prevent 15 people from being on the list as opposed to 5 or 6.
So I get that. But so we understand by definition that we're going to build variations into the system by having more than one. So in telling us that, then so we're saying we're okay in knowing that what goes on in Chapel Hill is going to be different than Morehead City, and the comparison of those two schools is going to be dramatically different.
And so that's where it comes back to the state standards that are defined by DPI, and every district has to make sure that they follow the standards that have been laid out by DPI. We don't have any ability to choose different standards, but we do have the ability to define the curriculum that better suits what we need. And so ultimately it's like saying when you choose an automobile, DPI is going to say it has to be a gasoline engine that does blah, blah, blah. And so Ford, GM, Chrysler, they're all going to meet those standards, as opposed to choosing any kind of vehicle that you want. So the standards are state defined. We all have to follow the same state standards, but the curriculum that gets us there is going to be slightly different. The last example I would offer is in Wake County. I have very different schools. And so once, before we provided a literacy coach for every school, there were no standards. Now, through budget decisions, we've had to dial that back and only provide those to our high need schools with specific standards that they have to follow, knowing that an Austin Ridge Elementary could benefit from a literacy coach, but they're in an A school with a high, socioeconomic population versus a Southeast Raleigh, where kids come in with tremendous gaps. And so it is to say that we want to put the resources where they're needed the most. So it is the state standards that keep us circumscribed. But in having a list, I prefer to have 4 or 5 as opposed to 20. So I think that's where we could agree.
And the first grade, there are only so many great ways to teach that child how to read. So when we're starting off, this is where the rubber meets the road. So we figure out what's the best. And then we say, by God, this is what's going to be all the way across the state. Now, when we get to Second World War history in high school, we can discuss that all day long. But when we talk about how to teach a kid to read, and we have 5 different choices or 15 different choices, we automatically are building in variances into the system that will never recover. It's just reality.
I've seen a handful of hands go up. So Dr. Gardner, we'll start with you and I'll make our way down through Dr. Martin, Krista Smith, and then Mr. Duncan.
I just want to go back and revisit the reading retention at 3rd grade. Has there been any study of, so there's 3 different pathways. Student can be retained in 3rd grade, 3-4 transition, accelerated 4th grade class. Any research done on performance on the 4th grade EOG based on those pathways that we could learn? I mean, that's been in place for years, so we should be able to learn what is actually effective and be able to replicate that.
Currently, no, there's no study. However, we do have lots of research partners that we could reach out to engage in that study. We have our friends from the collaboratory in the back and met with some of those folks last week. So that's certainly on our radar of research topics.
Just like to make one comment. Early in the slides, when we looked at the Dibbles data, it was, if you began to notice that each of those bars went up and then they started down and went up and then they went down and up. Well, the reason they're going down as much as they are is summer retention loss. You're losing ground in the summer. So the reading camps part is an opportunity to intervene in the summer. And I probably would think 72 hours is, we were talking earlier, probably about 3 weeks, Monday through Thursday. But you could probably, a 6-week program, you would have a lot less loss. And the real problem is the people who are going are voluntarily going. So I'd submit that the kids who are retained, and I just took your number of 9,700 was 35%, and assuming there's about 28,000 kids who did not pass the EOG. So if that's about right, then the idea of all of them mandatorily going, it's like we have compulsory attendance, if you're between ages of basically 7 and 16, if you are not proficient, then you kind of you had to go. Then you would actually be getting the kids who probably need to go the most. And if we could expand the time, that is not a very expensive intervention. And I think it would actually make a huge difference going into the future years. I'm sure you all probably agree with that as a great thing, but that would make while we're using time is a big part of instruction. Yes, what you do is important, but if you don't do enough of it, and particularly if you're behind, you need to do more of it. So I would feel really strongly about something like that.
Hi, so my oldest daughter graduated from college on Saturday.
Congrats.
Thank you. I'm saying that on official record. I remember attending kindergarten with her and being in the room the very first day and thinking what unique backgrounds and wide range of pre-elementary school learning that her classmates had. Two questions for you. The first is, how far down does the science of reading go in terms of implementation pre-kindergarten or pre-K, right? Is that grade 3, grade 4, or sorry, year 3, year 4?
Mm-hmm.
When is the opportune time to begin implementing the science of reading?
I would say at birth.
Yeah, so that was our experience at home. We started reading books from the get-go. I was always disappointed when they read the book and it was the same story every time.
Yes.
That's when I knew they were learning to read. But is there anything that can be done to build a stronger on-ramp to elementary school so that our starting point for kindergartner kids is higher? That was the first question. The second one, feel free to decline it, is have you seen any impact of cell phones among elementary school kids and the distractibility from phones as an impact upon their ability to concentrate, decode words, persist in that phonics process?
Yeah. To your first question, so we do have letters for early childhood as well that's offered to all NC pre-K teachers as well. So our pre-K teachers are getting the science of reading, and it is really honing in on those early literacy, early learning, developmentally appropriate practices that we know all students need. So our NC pre-K teachers are getting that, and it's offered to our private pre-K teachers as well. It's a little bit more challenging to get an audience with them just because of, they don't have as many extra people, and finding time to do that, I think is a little bit more challenging. To your second question about distractibility, I think, we all have some anecdotal evidence. I won't say just cell phones. I won't limit it to just cell phones. I'll just say the impact of screens on students at a very, very early age. No hard data that I would share with you today, but I definitely think and certainly think that any teacher in the room could also, I think, attest to the increased distractibility that screens are presenting. And I know, lots of districts are having lots of conversations around that. And it's a very much a national conversation as well.
But we can follow up because there's several different types, but we can get that information.
There have been a number of questions that we're documenting and that we will follow up with this team. So they'll be able to share that back out with us either virtually via email or in another way. Alan, you've been so patient. We'll take your question or comment that you might have.
Thank you. Comment as a follow-up to discussion about why not have a single curriculum statewide for this important initiative or area. That raises a larger question as a starting point, which is our historic pattern for our schools has been that we have curriculum choices that are approved, but local control has always been an important part of our relationship between state and our local communities with respect to how we go forward. It perhaps is a worthy point to discuss on a broader level by the commission as to should there be any change in the balance between state initiatives and local control, but that historically is the way we have operated. I would say that literacy is a place where you would want to perhaps consider narrowing the approved choices and obviously to ones that are shown to already be very successful in districts that are making some of the greatest progress. So I just lift that up as something the commission may want to keep in its mind as it goes forward.
I saw you grab the microphone. So Senator Robinson, we're going to give you the last comment or question before we move into our quick break so we can get set for our 1:30.
Well, I'll make it quick and it'll be a comment follow up to Don's because, you know, it is common sense for us as parents who have had the resources to send our children to summer programs. My children who are now 51 and 43 always went to summer programs. They never had a choice. So when school ended, they went to A&T or to Bennett. And so learning did not stop. And so I think it's important, and we've talked about this for years, it's important that we fund the summer programs for kids who are behind, for the students, you know, because that keeps them from being retained. I actually did fund, I got a grant and funded 1 year in middle school for the students who were going to be retained because they didn't pass the 8th grade competency. And it worked. The best teachers were able to teach those kids during the summer so that they could pass the test. So I just think we ought to do that, Jay.
Well, thank you, Dr. Wilson Norman, Dr. Barber, and Ms. Durfel. Thank you for your presentation this afternoon. We just have about 4 minutes where we're going to take a quick break. I had them save the sweet tea. If you needed some sugar or caffeine, we're going to get set with Rachel Cantor's presentation on the Mississippi Marathon. A little bit of a different perspective, but continuing to grow this knowledge bank for you. So don't go far, but you have a quick break while we transition and get her set up on Zoom. She's the bot. Oh no, but there was some. Oh yeah, that's what I had for my dessert.
So we think it takes about years to train a week. So fast. You have to retrain that person. The computers are whatever it is. And so for us to think that we're going to put 34,000 teachers up there in K-3, yeah, and we're not going to retrain them. And if you have different disciplines that you're willing to let them teach, you got to train them 5 different times. They don't know that curriculum and that. No, there's no consistency in the. This is where it starts.
I see your slides on the screen, which is great. The delay is good. So I see you going through the back end of it, and now what happened in Mississippi is up. And now let me get your sound. All right, I see your face. Are you okay with how that looks on there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to remove mine I'm going to spotlight you. Spotlight. Come on. Great. So say something.
Hello? I'm on my computer, but I was afraid of the echo, so I'm holding my ear up. Can you hear me through the audio? No. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. I can't hear any audio coming from the meeting. I can hear it through the phone, but not from the computer. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear the audio through the computer now.
Two weeks ago, we lost power and the bathrooms were.
Did you hear the clap? Yeah, it was played. First we had Disco Fever, and then we had Black Band. That was our lunch and sound. Yeah. No.
Testing. Testing.
All right, Rachel.
I could hear that, but there was a lot of feedback.
Rachel,
Yes,
you want to try now?
yes. So I can hear you, and there's no.
Rachel, you're good?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good.
You're good to go now.
All right, all right.
And we are so excited to have you here with us virtually. Just a brief introduction. Rachel Cantor is the founder of the policy advocacy organization Mississippi First. She is joining us virtually from Jackson, Mississippi, I think. She'll be there. And she is the director of education policy for the Reinventing America's Schools project at the Progressive Policy Institute. As we talked about today and a little bit last month, we have been hearing about the success of Mississippi's education reform. The state moved from being last in the country in fourth grade reading and math in 2008 to at or above the national average by 2019. After adjusting for student demographics, the Urban Institute recently found Mississippi ranks at or near the top of the nation in NAEP reading and math assessments. Rachel Cantor's work focuses on systems approach rather than singular solutions, which she often refers to as the Mississippi Marathon rather than a miracle. That accountability and persistence, high standards for learning, and high expectations for all learners build the conditions for improvement. She is here today to give us the wide-angle view of Mississippi's educational transformation and help us consider what we can learn from Mississippi's success. Whatever technical glitches occur from here on out, I bear no responsibility.
Just give me the cue when you want me to start. I can't see any of you right now.
Rachel, we can see your screen and it has like is it a Greek landscape?
Oh, okay.
See here. There we go. There we are. And then when you speak, you will show up on our screen here. So we'll be able to see a side view of you and then your slides as you project them for us. But you should be, there we go. There's your slide. Perfect.
Okay. Are you ready?
We're ready. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm Rachel Cantor. I'm currently the Director of Education Policy with the Progressive Policy Institute. Prior to coming to PPI in April of 2025, I led a state-based education policy nonprofit called Mississippi First for 17 years. I am originally from Mississippi. I grew up in a small town called Starkville, which you may be familiar with because it is the town where the Mississippi State University is. And after graduating high school from Starkville High School, I went to college and then I moved to the Mississippi Delta to teach. I taught 7th grade ELA. And then I went to graduate school and I moved to Jackson in 2008 to found Mississippi First. And I was asked to sort of give you my overview of what has happened in Mississippi over the last 20 years. So I am going to go ahead and get started. And hopefully I'll be able to hear you if you have questions in the middle of the presentation. So let me first tell you a few things about a paper that I published in April of this year. It went out on the same day as an essay from me in The Atlantic was published. And some people read that essay in The Atlantic and assumed that that was a distillation of my argument about what happened in Mississippi. But in fact, The Atlantic article focuses on one piece of the story. The actual report, which is about 60 pages, is far more comprehensive. And it is intended to give a wide angle view of Mississippi's educational transformation in the last 20 years, told from my perspective as a person who was deeply involved in many of the things that led to that educational transformation as an advocate for Mississippi First. The 60-page report gives a lot of context about the history of education reform and all of the complex factors that led to our success. I talk about the policy that we passed, adopted, and implemented. I talk about the people who were involved in the implementation. And I talk about the fact that this is a story of persistence. It was not one thing done by one person that led to some sort of overnight success. It is a long story of getting better, getting better, getting better, until finally we reach and then begin start to exceed the national average. I also want to say that the report, as well as what I'm going to talk about today, is not the literacy story. Literacy is one piece of the larger context of reform in the state of Mississippi. You can think of it as the central piece if you want, but it is still just one piece. There's a lot of context around it, and that context is critically important to explaining why the literacy reforms that we undertook were a success, specifically because we did not mandate all of them. We mandated some of them, and there were stronger mandates for schools that were lower performing than schools that were higher performing. But the entire context explains better why all of these things were successful. So first, let's go through a little bit of what this success does look like. So here are our fourth grade scores in both reading and math over the last 25 years. You can see in both of these that Mississippi started out in 1998 in reading and 2000 in math, well below the national average. We were the lowest in the country. At times, we were tied for last in the country with more states than at other times, but we were last in the country. And this is a fact that I'm sure you're very familiar with, because almost everybody is very familiar with the fact that Mississippi historically was last in the country. And as you can see on both of these graphs that show the trends over time, Mississippi steadily got better and better and better, little by little, until in 2019, we had a big year and we met the national average. Post-COVID, we have pretty much recovered in reading. We're very close to recovering in math. One thing I want to point out about both of these trends is that a lot of people focus on our fourth grade reading scores, and they don't often talk about our fourth grade math scores, or as you'll see, our eighth grade math scores, which are every bit as impressive as what we've done in fourth grade reading. And this is often why I tell people that our story is bigger than literacy. We made fundamental change to our education system in Mississippi. We did not only attack the problem of early grade elementary literacy, we did a whole cloth transformation of the system. You can see from these two graphs that we were getting much closer to closing the gap with the nation before COVID. Actually, post-COVID in eighth grade math, because the nation has fallen and we sort of fell and then started to recover, we are on track. If we continue on this trajectory, we may surpass the nation in eighth grade math. The story is a little bit rockier for eighth grade reading. You can see that although we did decline post-COVID, we have not continued to decline, whereas the nation has continued to fall pretty significantly even before COVID in eighth grade reading, and continues to fall today. Here are some key takeaways about this data. So one of the things that's true when you look at those trend lines is that it's very obvious this was gradual improvement. This was not one big policy coming in and then suddenly our scores shooting up at any grade and in any subject. This was gradual improvement over time. We also know, and I didn't show this, but you can go and see the data for yourself, that these gains were shared across students of different races, socioeconomic categories, achievement levels, disability statuses. Basically, students in every subcategory made significant gains in this time period. All of these different subgroups have matched and then began to beat their peers nationally, which means essentially, for example, if you are if you compare our Black students in Mississippi to all over Black students in the rest of the country, Black students in Mississippi outperform their peers in the rest of the country. Another thing that I think is really important to point out is that we've actually shifted the curve of performance in Mississippi. So it's not just that very low performing students got better. Every student at every level got better. So kids who were in our 90th percentile versus kids who are in our 10th percentile. It wasn't just that the bottom got better. Everybody got better. The curve has shifted. And that tells you how truly deep this transformation was. It was not that our white wealthy kids got better or our kids right around the proficiency line or right around the national average, line got better. It was all kids got better. I think, as you've said, controlling for demographics, Mississippi is leading the nation in 4th grade and 8th grade math and in 4th grade reading. And in 8th grade math, we rank 4th. A final thing that I will say, there are a lot of people who just don't want to believe that Mississippi is truly, beating the odds. And they have lots of conspiracy theories about what we did to game this system. I think if you look at the balance of evidence, it's very difficult to show that Mississippi gained anything. These were gradual improvements over time. There was no, miraculous anything that happened overnight. The claims that Mississippi's retention policy allowed us to basically get rid of our lowest performers and then artificially increase our average have not been borne out by the facts. Again, this is a shift in the curve. It wasn't just that the 90th percentile, 50th, that they stayed the same and we just dropped the kids at the low part. The entire curve shifted upwards. It was a true improvement. Another thing that people say when they want to criticize Mississippi is, but what about 8th grade reading? Because our 8th grade reading scores are not as stellar as our 4th grade reading scores or our math scores. So this gets into a little bit about what the science of reading tells us about reading comprehension. And if you've ever seen this graphic, this is Scarborough's reading rope. It is a visual to explain the process, the complex process of reading. You'll see that here we have sort of two categories. We have language comprehension and we have word recognition. And if you understand what's called the simple view of reading, you will know that that says that reading comprehension is the product of language comprehension and word recognition. We got really good at the word recognition part of it in pre-K through 3 in Mississippi. Those 4th grade results are real. They are real. I think where we have to work and where people inside of Mississippi understand is on this language comprehension piece. We need to give more attention to background knowledge, vocabulary, other things that go into reading comprehension. If kids can decode words, but they don't have any understanding of what those words mean and how they fit in a passage, then it's very difficult for them to really understand the passage. In 2026, our Mississippi legislature passed an adolescent literacy bill to attack this problem of what do we do between 4th and 8th grade to continue to improve word recognition for kids who didn't quite get it before, or maybe as words get more complicated, they still need a little support, as well as really go deep on this language comprehension piece. We're trying to learn about what, the lessons that we took from pre-K 3, what those really look like for teachers that teach in 4th through 8th grade, and try to apply what we know about the science of reading for adolescent literacy. We have been aware of this 8th grade reading issue for a long time. And I think a lot of people in Mississippi, there were some people who were certainly hopeful that, well, all we need to do is improve word recognition. And if kids are reading at a basic level by 4th grade, they're gonna be fine. And the reality is that, of course, it's not that easy. There's still work that we have to do. And this is what we have now turned our attention to, by and large, in Mississippi when it comes to reading. So I'll get into now what the comprehensive reform agenda was that Mississippi, pursued over this very long period of time. I put these things in 4 big buckets. The first 3 are policies, and the last is support for implementation. I always tell people that our process of reform began with looking at the fundamentals of our system and drastically improving their rigor. We had to increase the rigor of our learning standards really before we did anything else. If I look back to the content I was expected to know in high school and the content that kids are expected to know now, it's night and day. Whether that is ELA content or math content, we expect so much more of our kids than we have ever expected before. We also measure those expectations, those learning standards in a much more rigorous way than we have ever measured it before. Proficiency means a lot more now in the state of Mississippi than it did 20 years ago, 25 years ago when I was still in high school, or 20 years ago when I was in the classroom. We have a much higher bar for what it means to demonstrate proficiency now than ever before. And then finally, we had to fundamentally reshape how we were transparently reporting that progress to both communities and to teachers and to schools and to students, to everybody in the system. We changed our accountability system from being one that gave schools credit, partial credit for below grade level performance, and partial credit for things like getting a GED or graduating high school in 6 years, and partial credit for not quite getting to the expectations, to a system that was based on you only get credit for being proficient or advanced and for making growth according to getting closer to proficiency. So we used to have a growth model that was based on how a student was predicted to perform compared to other students in their demographic profile. Now we have a growth system that is based on, do students move from one year to the next closer to proficiency? If they're already at proficiency, they have to stay there to meet growth, or they can move to advanced. And if they are advanced, you get a little bit extra credit for growth if they stay there. But our new accountability system is heavily weighted toward growth, and it has this real sense in the system that you really have to make meaningful progress for kids, and you have to demonstrate meaningful knowledge for kids in order to get credit in the accountability system. And then we changed the labels so that it is much more understandable for the public. We now have A through F labels instead of descriptive labels or 1 through 5 that, people were confused about. Is a 5 the best or is a 1 the best? What does that mean? The second is consequences for poor performance. So this meant that we had to make sure that there was sort of an ultimate consequence for when schools just didn't make the mark over and over and over again. We had a number of school districts in the state of Mississippi that had chronically been falling way behind for their kids. And Mississippi had to get a lot more serious about what state takeover looks like. We passed a state takeover law in 2009, but it really wasn't until 2012, 2013 that state takeover law truly had support from the department and was really a threat. We didn't just change our state takeover policies, though, and tie them to our accountability model, but we also made sure that there was a lot more intensive intervention on the part of our State Department prior to a school district running the risk of being taken over by the state. So it wasn't just that, school districts could teeter for a really long time sort of on the edge, and then if they fell over, okay, then we take them over. We were identifying schools and districts at risk and essentially mandating particular interventions to try to prevent them from ever being at risk of takeover in the first place. The third bucket is evidence-informed instructional policy, and this is probably what you're most familiar with. Things like the science of reading, pre-K, high-quality instructional materials, a new state initiative around multi-tiered system of student supports, real oversight of that by the State Department of Education, and then in the last couple of years, an adoption of this emerging science of math and trying to figure out how to pilot the same sort of strategies in math that we have employed so well in reading. And actually in 2026, the legislature also passed a math initiative to sort of give some of that extra heft to MDE as they try to figure out how to do this on the math side. And then support for implementation was really critical to making the whole agenda actually make sense to teachers in classrooms and to be real to students. And this meant that our State Department really had to shift their practices. They had to become service focused instead of compliance focused. A lot of that meant that there had to be different types of people who worked at the State Department of Education. We had to move from folks who were, you know, maybe not experts in what they did to people who had really been in schools, had really had success turning around schools, or had success leading teachers, being in these roles in order to give our State Department credibility and for it to have the vision to really lead this work. We also doubled down on educator training, on coaching. We made reforms to licensure to make sure that new teachers really had the content knowledge they needed to be successful. The State Department of Education got really serious about quality control. There were a number of initiatives that they ran directly from the department to ensure that they would be done with quality. Mississippi is a context in which a lot of our school districts are small and rural. We have a number of school districts that have fewer than 5,000 children. And in school districts that small, you may have an elementary, a middle, and a high school. They did not have the capacity to be able to do this work well on their own. There needed to be support from the state for it. And the State Department recognized that, and so did our legislature in supporting the State Department in building that capacity. And then finally, I think one of the things that's really important is that our State Department adopted a continuous improvement mentality about all this work. We're going to do it. If we don't get it quite right, we're going to try again. And they became very transparent about not just, you know, what their goals were in the strategic plan, but how they were measuring against those goals and publicly reporting that on an annual basis, so that the State Department, so the State Board of Education and legislators and everybody else could see, okay, you said this was your goal. Here are all the activities you did in the course of the year that align, and here's the progress that you made. So I want to do a deep dive now into our Literacy-Based Promotion Act, because there still continue to be a number of misconceptions about what actually the law said versus what the State Department built on its own to sort of support the law. So the law had a couple of key components. One of them is retention. So if students fall below the minimum bar for reading performance, then they could be retained. That bar was actually raised in 2018, 2019, so it's higher now than it was when we started. Retained children are required to receive intensive reading intervention, including the science of reading, and that is statutory. We also have mandatory screening. So 3 times per year, K-3 screening for reading difficulties. The law actually says you have to do a quarterly progress report, but we do the screener 3 times per year. The screener is not just to sort of give, not for the purpose only of identifying children for reading difficulties. It also provides a progress monitoring function. And the screener list is selected by the state. The law requires 4 to be on the list. Our list is very short. It is not very long after that 4. Parental notification. So we do require a letter to parents at least quarterly. It is drafted by the state. So the letter is very, very clear about what whether or not your child is below grade level. It says at the top, if you get this letter, it says student below grade level, right at the top. There is no question. There's not educational jargon. It's not, see if you can figure out what this test data means. It is very, very clear. If you get this letter, then your child is below grade level. And that happens 3 times per year, ever from kindergarten all the way until the end of 3rd grade. Kids who are identified as having a reading deficiency get an individualized reading plan. This was an amendment in 2016 so that we could further specify the services for children prior to retention. So the law originally was fairly directive about what happens to children if they are retained, but it wasn't quite as directive for what you do prior to retention. So this 2016 amendment made it a little bit more clear what school districts have to do if they have children who are identified as having reading difficulties. In order to make sure that the implementation of this law was taken really seriously, the law created a reading panel, and that was an oversight body. It's composed of legislators, one gubernatorial appointment, and then MDE staff. There are only 6 people total on this list, and the legislators and the gubernatorial appointment are 3 of those 6. So it was pretty strong indication from the legislature that they really wanted MDE to come to the table and do this well. And that's why they put themselves on this oversight body. Because they could have just said, hey, MDE, you go figure it out, let's know later. But this was really an indication that the legislature was sort of taking a new approach with the department, that they were going to be heavily involved in oversight to make sure that the intentions of the law were in fact carried through in implementation. And then lastly, and this was probably the most critical part of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act that nobody really paid attention to at the time, is that it required the State Department of Education to develop an intervention program for the lowest 25% of elementary schools, and that MDE would identify those schools, they would create this intervention program, and then it would be mandatory for these schools to participate. This became the Literacy Support Schools program that MDE created, and this is where all of the science of reading stuff came from at our State Department of Education. Was when developing the intervention program, they realized it, because we also have some literacy experts in the state as well, and there were folks at the department who knew we have to do science of reading. And so when they were developing this intervention program, and they were figuring out, like, how do we get science of reading in schools, this is where the training and the coaching and all these other things came from. And then I'll talk a little bit in a minute about how that spread to the rest of the state. 2 of the most talked about policies from our whole system of literacy are the retention policy and the literacy coaches. The retention policy is very strict, especially compared to most other states in the country. A child has 3 total tries to pass the state exam, because the retakes are actually an alternate form of the state exam. They are not a different assessment. It's not a completely different vendor or completely different, set of skills, et cetera. It is basically 2 other versions of the state exam. They have 3 total tries to pass it, and if they do not pass it, they are retained unless they qualify for one of our very narrow good cause exemptions. In 2015, which was the first year that this went into effect, the bill passed in 2013, and the 2014-2015 year, 2 years later, was the first time it went into effect. 8.1% of 3rd graders were retained that year. By 2018, that number had fallen to fewer than 5% of students. Because it had fallen that low, and because that rate was about the rate it was before the policy went into effect, the State Department actually asked the legislature to raise the bar. And this happened a little bit before 2018 when that went into law, but 2019 was the first year when the raised bar went into effect. That year, the 3rd graders that year, the retention rate of 3rd graders that year was 9.6%. That is the highest it has been ever, before or since. It was 2019's 4th graders that met the national average. Those 4th graders, which faced a lower bar for reading performance, only had fewer than 5% of students retained. So this is also part of the reason why this retention argument doesn't make any sense. The timeline really doesn't align, because the 2019 3rd graders, where 9.6% were retained, 2020, of course, nobody took an assessment. And then in 2025, post-COVID, we are back to about a 6% retention rate. I want to say that this past year, about 77% of kids passed on the first try last year. What it means to pass in Mississippi now, we have 5 categories of performance on our state exam. They go from below basic to approaching proficiency to advanced. You now must be approaching proficiency in order to pass. So 77% last year were in that 3rd category and passed on the first try. About 6% were retained after a good cause exemption. There's about 1% of kids who don't take the test because it's not appropriate for them to do so, because they have a severe intellectual disability. About 6% pass during one of those 2 retakes. So after all the tries, about 85% of kids pass purely on the exam. And then about 10% of kids are in the good cause exemption categories that include students who are learning the English language and they haven't had 2 years. They were identified as students with disabilities and they have already been retained once. Students who have already been retained twice, regardless of disability status. Those are the categories for kids who may have gotten a good cause exemption that were not passed because of one of the retakes. So it's a lot fewer kids than you may think. A lot more kids pass based on the assessment. Then for the literacy coaches, Mississippi basically has centralized the literacy coach process. They are hired, trained, and overseen by the state. We do not give grants to districts and tell them to go find their own literacy coaches. We do not give grants to third parties, multiple third parties, and ask them to come up with their own coaching model. Everything is centralized by the state. Again, this is because we have very small school districts that don't have the capacity. And the State Department recognized that they really only have one shot to get this right, because if they wanted people to trust them, people being schools and teachers to trust them, they had to do this with real quality. And so they led with quality, and that is part of the reason the state took it over. Coaches are only mandated in the lowest performing elementary schools that are part of the literacy support school model. There are people who maybe mistakenly believe that we funded literacy coaches in every classroom in the state. We did not. We do fund pre-K coaches for every state-funded pre-K classroom, but on the K-3 side, we only have enough money to provide them to those literacy support schools. One of the things that the state did to try to spread this model throughout the state is that if districts hire their own coaches, the state will train them and provide that, access to all the same training. And then if you are a state pre-K coach, you are cross-trained with the K-3 coaches for all of the literacy stuff so that we can ensure there's consistency between pre-K and K-3 when it comes to literacy. A lot of other people have also asked about the money because Mississippi actually did not provide oodles of new money for this project. The funds that districts get, they get their state funding formula. This was actually rewritten in 2024 to move to weighted student funding. It did come with additional money when we did that, but again, this was in 2024. We did create a new state-funded pre-K program in the same year that we passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. Currently, it now serves about 25% of the state's 4-year-olds. So that was a new line item. Then there are federal funds. In terms of what money MDE has to support districts, we do have a line item for the literacy work. It started at $9.5 million. It's now $15 million. It pays for everything. It pays for coaches. It pays for screeners. It pays for the kindergarten readiness assessment. It pays for training. It pays for MDE's administration costs. It is not a whole lot of money for all the work that the department does. There's also a pre-K coaches line item, so that's separate from the literacy line item. That's about $3.25 million. Then, of course, MDE gets their general appropriation. They get an admin line for pre-K. It's not very big. And then they have federal funds. So in a lot of ways, this story is about some new money, but also being very intentional, very, very intentional about the money that the department already had and making sure that that money was used in the most effective ways to support districts to do this work. So that was sort of the policy. Let's talk a little bit about the people. So Mississippi is truly, I think, a case study in collective leadership. If you look at this graphic, you'll see that there are, everybody basically involved in education policy in any given state. And Mississippi was really lucky in this time period that there were individuals who sort of sat in each of these different seats and who aligned around this central goal. We have to do better by kids. We can make sure that student outcomes are better if we make better choices as a state. And if we're more intentional, and if we are more directed towards evidence-based policy. And so we had people who were advocates, people at the State Department of Education led by Carrie Wright and her team, the state board, folks in the legislature, the lieutenant governor and the governor, and then of course local educators who really believed in this mission and who drove this work collectively. It was not a case where somebody went out and said, with a bunch of money, and said, I'm going to gather all you important people together and you're going to write a blueprint and then we're going to go do the blueprint. It was far more organic than that. And I say to people, if there was a miracle in any of this, it was the creation of this collective leadership. It was people like myself, like folks at the State Department, who really had this same mindset, finding each other and building relationships based on trust and working through our conflicts over a long period of time, trying to do what was best for kids. I would say that if you ask me like where this started, I would certainly say it started in the legislature. The legislature sort of was the first mover. They passed a raft of reform legislation in 2013. There was some stuff that happened before, and of course there were some things that the State Department had done before that, but it was really driven by the legislature. And then MDE at the time was in transition. We were lucky that the transitional leaders really had the right mindset at the time. And then of course we hired Carrie Wright, and she was able to drive the state forward over the course of 8 years. But I would say that it's not true that a single individual is responsible for everything. There's just no way. It's too big and complex a problem. There had to be people in multiple different seats willing to put their own ego aside and say, we're going to work together and we're going to figure it out. Here's sort of a sense of how long this took. If you talk to Mississippians, they will almost certainly, if you ask them, when does education reform start in Mississippi? They're almost certainly going to say something to you like, well, in 1982, there was the Education Reform Act. And that was the year I was born. There was an Education Reform Act in 1982. We passed kindergarten that year. And we also passed some the minimum competency test requirements that year. But really between 1982 and into 1993, and then in the Clinton years, we were really just mostly trying to keep up with what other states were doing. We're doing things because the federal government told us to. That was certainly true in the NCLB years, when we were doing things because the federal government told us to. It wasn't until around 2009 when we started to get sort of the first seeds of true state-led reform. And I really think that us making that shift around that time period was really important, because as you will recall, the federal government decided to stop leading education reform shortly thereafter, 2009. We moved into a period of waivers, and then of course we moved into ESSA. And it is the case that education has always been driven by the states. And had we not made the decision to sort of take charge of our own destiny, I think it would have been difficult for us to be at the place that we are now. I would say that we've now moved into a new phase of state-led reform. We've had this tremendous success, but there's nobody in Mississippi that will tell you, oh, we're done now. As you can tell, because the legislature this year passed both an adolescent literacy bill and a math initiative bill, we don't consider ourselves done. We don't look at that national average and say, well, that's good enough. I think everybody in the state who works on these issues knows it's not enough and that we have to keep going. And I think one thing that has shifted, though, is that we are so proud, so proud of finally being a state that has a good story to tell about education, that if we were to run into a roadblock or, fall back, there would be a lot of urgency around what are we not doing right? We got to get better. I'll also say, just as a last note about this timeline, that Mississippi's success is best understood as culmination over time. It's not true, though, that we started literacy in 2013. There had been state initiatives by local nonprofits, by local school districts around literacy for a long time. What happened in 2013 was that because of the urgency created by the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, a lot of those sort of local efforts could find their way into state policy and find their way to scale. So many of you may know about the Barksdale Reading Institute. They started in 2000. They were working with low-performing schools trying to figure out this question of how do we implement the science of reading. And when the Literacy-Based Promotion Act passed in 2013, they were some of the people in state that were providing technical assistance to the State Department of Education to figure out what its model was going to be. So here's the formula. If there's no magic wand, but I would say this is the formula. Coherent policy agenda, careful implementation work, collective leadership, and persistence is what leads to improved student outcomes. It is not a magic wand, it is a formula. And this is hard to do. There's no question about it. This is not, nobody wakes up one day and just says, check, 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 I'm going to do all the things. This takes a lot of work over a long period of time. So what should policymakers do? Here is a little taste of the advice that I would give you. And I give you this advice very deeply understanding that it is easier said than done. I was a state level advocate for 17 years. I had these conversations on a daily basis with legislators, with State Department officials, with local superintendents, with other advocates, with people who were haters and people who were not. It is very difficult, but it can be done. The first advice I would give you is to build a system, not a campaign. One of the mistakes that I see states make is that they look at the list of what Mississippi did and they pick a few. They pick their favorites, they pick what's politically palatable, they pick what would sound best in a press release. They're building a campaign around talking points. They're not building a system. And it's important to think about not, coaching or curriculum. It's important to think how these things fit together in a system. Because really what Mississippi did is we aligned the system for success, from standards to accountability to support to training, the whole thing, we aligned it for success. I would say number 2 is don't assume the fundamentals are sound. A lot of states watered down their standards in 2015. And if they didn't water down their standards, they watered down their assessment, what it really meant to be proficient. Those two are, different states have more challenges than others. Where almost every state has a problem is its accountability system. Even states that have an A through F label, what actually generates that A through F label does more to obscure performance than it does to illuminate performance. And it's really important that if you are going to say that a school is an A, that's based on grade level standards. It's based on a 4-year graduation rate. It's based on meaningful measures of growth, because an A should be meaningful and it should be difficult to be an A. Number 3 is don't give up on comprehensive policies, even if they are politically hard. Again, this goes back to building a system, not a campaign. I see a lot of states who have passed messaging bills, and I will call them messaging bills. They have passed messaging bills in the last 5 years, and they call it the whatever Literacy Act. It has 1 or 2 things in it, and then they go home. But that actually is not going to get them even close to where they need to be. And the reason that they don't do more than that is because there's political opposition. We had enormous political opposition when we passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act in 2013. People thought 30% of our kids were going to fail. It did not happen. It did not happen because we worked our butts off, not because it was a foregone conclusion. And our legislature and our State Department took that really seriously. But it was politically hard, and it continues to be politically hard in some ways, but it has gotten so much easier because of the buy-in people feel now for this success. Number 4 is think about implementation, including who is doing it during the policy adoption process and not as an afterthought. When I talk to states about their messaging bills, and I ask them the question, how do you know if it's working? It's a big tell when they don't know how to answer me. California, for example, passed a big literacy bill in 2025, and it was a curriculum bill. And the curriculum bill said, okay, we're going to have this list. Everybody's going to have to do a curriculum off the list. It's going to be mandatory. But the way they figure out whether or not schools are using the curriculum is that they ask districts what curriculum they're using. And they sign a piece of paper and they send it back. That's probably not adequate. It's almost certainly not adequate, because it's one thing for a district to have purchased a curriculum. It's a completely different thing for teachers to be using it and using it effectively. And then the second thing I ask is, well, if it's not working, who's responsible? And oftentimes states will say, well, nobody's responsible. And Mississippi changed our system so that there was accountability in everything that we do. The State Department uses their oversight authority to not just find, things that are in state law, like do you have air conditioning, but what does your MTSS process look like? How many students are in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3? What are the interventions you're using? Those are, and then if they don't do it, they have other sorts of things that they can require of school districts to ensure that they come into compliance. Compliance is important when you're asking for compliance around the right things. So I think that that's something that Mississippi has done, not perfectly, but much better than many other states. And then last, I would say, keep going, keep going, keep going. Above all, one of the great ills of education reform, at least since I've been doing it for 20 years, is that people get too distracted too easily, or they give up too easily. They do something for 2 years and then they throw it out the window. And these things take time. They take time to implement. You can have urgency and it still take time. So you have to keep going for much longer than a 3-year cycle or a 4-year election cycle. You have to keep going until you start to see the fruits of your efforts. Okay.
We have some time for some questions in the room. So we will definitely need to use our microphones. Folks have questions for Rachel? I'd also invite you to stand up if you do. We've reached that time of the afternoon.
Rachel, can you address what you did for governance at the state level?
Okay. Like the way that the State Department is governed, or the way that all of these things are overseen?
The way the top organization is governed, yes.
Okay. So Mississippi has this was actually part of the 1982 Education Reform Act. We moved from an elected state superintendent to an appointed state superintendent. They're appointed by a constitutionally created state board of education. It has 9 members who serve 9-year terms. They are jointly appointed. There are 5 that are appointed by the governor, one of which must be a current teacher and one of which must be a current administrator. 2 are appointed by the Speaker of the House and 2 by the Lieutenant Governor. They are on staggered terms. So although there is one member rolling off every year, having 9 members who serve 9-year terms means that it is a board that is created for stability rather than change. If you get into a good cycle of progress, stability is what you want. If you are in a situation where change is warranted, 9 people with 9-year terms does not necessarily bode well for change. And then, of course, because they're appointed by 3 very different people, you can't easily change it. I think the reason that this shifted for us is that the legislature made it very clear to the State Board of Education, we are not going to allow you to slow walk these things. That was part of the reason for the creation of the reading panel. And it was part of the reason that they put things in legislation very clearly. Our state accountability model is in legislation now. The Literacy-Based Promotion Act, the deadlines, all of that was very clear in legislation. And this was to signal to the state board and the department how seriously the legislature took this charge when they decided to take charge. Now we have a very collaborative partnership between our State Board of Education and our state superintendent and the legislature. The legislature also controls the number, not just the budget for the state department, they also control the number of people they can hire by, we have a process where we have a state personnel board and they give them a certain number of positions. And they say these are the, so they have various ways of trying to control agencies. This may sound familiar to you. You may be in a state that's similar. But I think that the big thing was there had to be a change that happened at our State Department of Education. And our state legislature made it very obvious that they could get on board or be left behind. And we had folks on our state board who were far-thinking people who decided we have a moment to hire a new state superintendent, and we're going to hire somebody who can do this work.
Okay, yes.
Rachel, I'm Cynthia Ball, and I serve in the legislature here in North Carolina. And I believe I understand you have 4-year terms for your legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, for both Senate and House.
Right. Well, we don't. And so I'm wondering what you would recommend. Now, there are several things that are different in North Carolina than how you just described it. We have an elected superintendent, a state board, and we have 2-year terms. So there's not a lot of room for people remaining. Of course, some people are going to get reelected, but some choose not to be, some are unseated and so forth. What would you recommend to us, or can you get back to me about what you'd recommend, and in that we've got a very different model? Thank you.
One of the things that I have learned about governance is that there is no perfect form of governance. All forms of governance have their pros and their cons. Like I said, the constitutionally created board with 9 people with 9-year terms did not serve Mississippi well for 30 years. It only began to serve us well when we got into sort of a virtuous cycle of reform, and it could provide that some measure of stability. In our legislature, they serve 4-year terms, both in the Senate and in the House. And there are several legislators who serve a long time. We had some legislators who had been in the legislature for quite a while, but it sort of took this moment of change for them to really be able to be their most effective selves. We had legislators come and go, though, and we've had people come and go from our State Department of Education. I think the important thing was, can you build a sustainable collective leadership? And that's why I talk about the team all the time. You can't do this work with one person or 2 people or 5 people. You really need a team, and it needs to be a collective decision around what's best for the future of, in your case, the state of North Carolina, for us in the state of Mississippi. So it was a couple of people we were advocates. I was in my job for 17 years. Nobody gets to elect me. So they were stuck with me until I decided that it was time for me to go. But there were advocates who stayed for a really long time. We had legislators who continued to run. And then when they decided not to run anymore, we had new legislators step up. So we got pretty good at figuring out how to sort of create that farm team and have the continuity from outside the legislature. Then we had State Superintendent Carrie did stay 8 years, but she had folks on her staff who stayed longer than she did, who were there before she came and who stayed after she left. And then there was a process of sort of growing people into roles to be ready when people, because there's a natural churn at a State Department, regardless of who's at the top. But I do think that part of this story is about stability. And if stability is not something that your system is designed for, I think you have to figure out how to create at least a stable belief and mindset, even if the individuals coming in and out of those roles are changing. I also would say that no one would have looked at Mississippi in 2008 when I moved back to Jackson and said, oh yeah, this is the place. This is where we're going to have this educational turnaround for the nation. nobody would have looked at our fundamentals. Nobody would have looked at our context and said, this is the place. I sounded crazy being a person who said, this is the place. And sometimes you just gotta do the hard work, and there's no better answer than that. And I wish I could give you a magic one, but at the end of the day, those of you who are in the room have to all decide, this is the most important thing for the future of North Carolina, is whether or not kids can read and do math. And then you have to figure out what collectively you'll all have to do to make that possible.
Go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
Hi, Rachel. This is Robert Taylor, and Superintendent of Wake County Public Schools. So as you know, I was there for about 3 months as state superintendent. But I agree with you in terms of making sure that the MDE has the staff that can sustain the work. So could you talk about the barriers that the department may have faced in terms of the politics of who's there, who's being able to do this work, and what we can do to prevent that from being a part of what we do here? It is about how we create a policy that's going to be what's best for children. I think this bipartisan committee is going to be serious about that work. But can you talk some about what some of those barriers may have been for the MDE?
Mm-hmm. So when I started in 2008, we had a state superintendent who was about close to 4 years into the job, and he had been the longest serving state superintendent since like the late 90s. He left right around 2009. And then after that, we got somebody who stayed about 2 years. And then when Mississippi started to pass all these bills, we had an interim. And it was a real moment of transition at the department. And the legislature started churning out all of this new legislation and having this whole new set of expectations around what the department should do. Because prior to this point in history, the relationship that the legislature and the department had were mostly that the department, they took whatever came out of the legislature, which was not much, and they implemented it however they wanted to. And then they would go back to the legislature and they would say, we want you to tweak this thing and this thing over here. And the legislature would say, okay. And then everybody would go home. Well, the legislature started saying, no, we're going to send over to you priorities and expectations, and we want you to do this, and we want you to do all these new things. And the folks who were in the department during the transition recognized that they did not have the staff at the department to be able to do these things, both in terms of people with the right skill sets and the number of people that they needed. And one of the things that I talk about it in a footnote in the report, because the report was too long as it was, but I often tell people, is that the department reorganized very significantly between 2012 and 2014. That transition team actually had consultants come in, interview everybody at the department, and decide on what a reorganization plan might look like and what the skill sets were that the department would need to actually do this work. And when Dr. Wright came in November of 2013, they were able to give her that report. She was able to make her own assessment using the report. And then it was obvious that they needed to change personnel at the department. And so the legislature, because they had so much confidence in Carrie after she was hired, and they decided, okay, well, we are going to give you the authority to make this reorganization happen. So they exempted her department from state personnel board rules for 2 years to allow the department, being led by her, to release people who were not quite the right fit and to hire new people who had the right skill sets. That was a big, big deal, and it was highly controversial because Mississippi, much like every other state in the country, once you work for a state agency for 90 days, it's very difficult to remove you from your position unless you do something truly horrible. And so it's very difficult to do that kind of reorganization. But the department gave Dr. Wright that authority, and it did expire, and they did not renew it subsequent times but they felt like it was a fair ask. They were asking the department to do new things they had never asked the department to do before, and that the department was going to need new staff. Now, some of that 15 million did go to hire the coaches, but because the legislature did not give the department PINs, which is personnel numbers, we call them something different now, but essentially it's positions, they had to actually come up with a way of contracting with local schools to actually directly hire those people, except they would be, or, you know, employ those people, except they would be hired, trained, and overseen by the state. So they had to do some creative things to make sure they had all the staff that they needed. But it was really a decision that on the part of the legislature to give MDE the authority to be able to get the capacity at the department to do all of these things.
Senator Chair.
Thanks, Rachel. Jay Chaudhary from the North Carolina Senate. Question about overall funding for your education budget. I think you alluded to it. So did you see funding slightly increase, or would you say, was it more a shifting of priorities? I don't know if you have a breakdown of kind of how the funding.
Do you mean funding for schools or funding for the department?
For both. For both. I don't know if you can speak to it and kind of how it shifted or increased or both.
Mm-hmm. You may recall that there was a big recession in 2008, and the state budget got really ugly for a time period following 2008. We did have federal funds, as other states did, but in terms of whether or not there were historic increases in education funding, either for the department or for schools in this time period, no. The line item, the 15, originally it was 9.5 million, it became 15 million. It was extraordinary in part because we were going through such difficult budget times. And the legislature, even though that doesn't sound like a lot of money, and it is not a lot of money, the legislature made the commitment to give this small amount of money specifically for this use. So a lot of what we had to do, both at the district level and at the state level, was rethink how we were using money we already had. Federal funds, state funds, local funds, to figure out how to leverage those dollars better. The department got really strategic about reallocating money that they had, especially through federal pots, towards the literacy work. So they were thinking about everything. They were thinking about how do we use IDEA and 619 funding on things like pre-K and literacy? How do we use, any sorts of our admin money on these things? How do we ask of school districts they think more strategically about their federal funds before we approve their federal programs applications? Because Mississippi is not a state where there's ever a lot of money. We did have a historic increase in funds in 2024 when we did the weighted student funding formula. We did increase district dollars by about 10, or the state budget for school districts by about 10 percentage points. But in terms of the money that was going to MDE, not really. There were these specific line items.
I think we've got one more question here. Go ahead, John.
Hello, Rachel. Thank you. I'm actually a retired superintendent. My name is Don Martin. I want to ask you about pre-K, shift gears a little bit. And you obviously have in your list is an important role. You provide training for pre-K teachers. Where is pre-K housed in Mississippi? And how is the funding dispersed to districts for pre-K?
Mm-hmm. So Mississippi's pre-K law, which is actually a law that I personally wrote, passed in 2013 along with the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. Prior to that, we did not have state-funded pre-K at all in Mississippi. There were, of course, school districts that were using Title I money to provide pre-K either on a school level or a district level, depending on what type of Title I money they might have had. But it wasn't until 2013 that the state passed a pre-K program, and that program was housed or is housed at the Mississippi Department of Education. Because at the time that we passed the program, again, it was really tight budget years. The program started with just a $3 million appropriation, which only served about 3% of 4-year-olds. And it was a matching program. It's still a matching program. Every dollar that the state provides has to be matched by a local community. most local communities use Title I to match. Some may use other local funds that they have. Some, very few have philanthropic funds. The biggest source of funding is local funding. We also passed a tax credit to allow them to raise donations to go towards their match. But by and large, the program started really small and it has grown tremendously in the last decade and a half. The part of the importance to us of having the pre-K program in the Department of Education was that focus on school readiness as part of the pre-K program. Mississippi's pre-K program is a 4-year-old only program. We require all 10 benchmarks of the National Institute for Early Education Research of early learning programs in order to become part of the system. It is a collaborative program, so it includes school districts, Head Starts, and child care centers, but they all have to meet the benchmarks. And the State Department provides a lot of resources and support to local collaboratives as they are implementing pre-K. And like I said, now we have about 25% of 4-year-olds across the state who participate in the program in a school district, Head Start, or child care classroom as overseen by the state. We have really good data from our state-funded pre-K program. Kids who participate in our state-funded pre-K program basically do better on the kindergarten entry assessment than any other child, group of children, whether they went to another type of pre-K program, whether they went to Head Start, whether they didn't go to anything. Our pre-K kids from our state-funded program have really good student outcome data. But again, it was sort of this mindset of we don't have a whole lot of money. So what we are going to do with the very few dollars we have is we are going to ensure quality above all else. And then we're going to try to grow the program over time. And that is what we've been successful in doing. And part of growing the program was demonstrating to the legislature that this was a really good use of money because we had such good quality in the program.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll give you another round of applause if you can hear it from our room here. Appreciate. Thank you for your generosity of time and presenting to us this afternoon. Really excellent information and great questions from folks. Kenny is just going to exit the Zoom here for us and pull up our slide deck. As we wrap up our day, though, I'm going to invite Anne to come and share with us some direction here as we move into our discussion time, some planning time, this recommendation development time, and hear from her about what that looks like and things for us to consider.
Thank you all so much. I know we're getting towards the end of the day. Don't leave me now. We've got like 45 minutes. So stay with me, please. I think we have had so much to sort of synthesize and ponder, and this is going to be our moment to help narrow it down. I just want to draw your attention. Emma, of course, spoke about this in the morning, but take some time to look at your schedule. This is our outline for our work ahead. And I really pushed for it to be specific because I think that the task is broad. The subject is huge. The challenges are immense. But we have been given a series of pretty clear directives and charges, and by breaking it down in this way, I think we can narrow in and come up with some really effective recommendations and get some real results. So bear in mind that we are only going to have 2 more conversations on this topic of teacher training and student achievement before we are going to start making a recommendation and voting on it. By the end of the summer, we are going to start talking about administrative operations. And then we are going to get into an educational leadership by November. This is all going to come on fast, folks. So I think it's really important that we need to stay focused on the charges as outlined here. I know that there will be possibilities to go back, but I really want us to focus in on getting a clear report published September 28th, 2026. I like a schedule, folks. I'm gonna keep us to it as best we can. And then get out that second report in December and our final report in February. So let's always remember that goal in sight, try to keep our conversations as we are talk around our tables to be mindful of the upcoming assignments. And even though right now we're talking about teacher training and student achievement, things that come up, like some of the things that Rachel mentioned, that were more governance and educational leadership oriented. Let's make good notes. I know our Friday Institute friends are doing that, but let's think about how we want to formulate that conversation. Be thinking about speakers, be thinking about information. Let us know what you need to have good conversations about the upcoming topics. And I would ask you, as we begin to frame this, let's think about, there are three different things we can do here. There will be things, I think there will be, where we just reinscribe. We just encourage folks to keep doing what they're doing. And that is a perfectly okay recommendation. Feel free to lift up the things that are working. We can reform. We can suggest improvements or changes to systems that are already in place. And we can reimagine, which would be a complete overhaul of certain ways of doing things. I'm not afraid of any of this, and I don't think y'all are either, or you wouldn't have signed up for this commission. So let's continue to think boldly, to consider all three ways of approaching these problems as appropriate. And thank you all. Let's keep moving. But love a schedule, folks. Keep thinking about this and keep weighing in so we can keep the discussion moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Great. If you go back into your notebook, then I'm going to point you to this document that was included there after the synthesis, the input synthesis document. It's kind of a one-page rubric, if you will. So to build upon this idea of, are your recommendations going to reinscribe, reform, or reimagine? But as you are thinking about what that looks like and you begin planning and talking about it and developing that, this rubric potentially could serve as a way to continue to guide the urgency of this task. And so as you look down that left-hand column for some of those criteria, thinking about the scope and alignment, thinking about the specificity and the ambition, the evidence base, the root cause, some barriers, the change mechanism that might exist, it's fit for North Carolina. How do we incorporate that student voice and impact? And then where can we reach some consensus? This is just some guidance for you as you turn to your table now for your reflection discussion on what you have heard today about student accountability and from the science of reading, both from our NCDPI and from the Mississippi Marathon. So your table leads have some guiding questions. You also have a lot of documents. Anne keeps telling us that she's in the timber business, so keep printing things, it's okay. So this is intended to help shape a little bit around what you are reflecting upon this afternoon. As we continue through our meetings, we're going to keep circling and getting closer and closer to, as Alan Gann is talking about, this big idea that can move something forward, or as we hear from Anne, that sense of urgency around the change that can happen as we get to work, and as others have expressed at their table. So I want to give you here about 30 minutes to debrief and to share and give feedback on the presentations that you've heard on the day and where you are currently in your thinking. Thank you.
One thing that she said that I hear interesting to me to hear that they had developed this formula that said they didn't have X number of days would have something else in that.
afternoon. I'm going to invite the co-chairs to use the microphones at their tables or to come up and share their final reflection. Two things, though, that just operationally want to ask from you. In your notebook, close to the end, the tab, there is a research brief on student achievement and student advancement that covers a lot of the things that were discussed today, maybe gives you some other resources or links. We will share this with you virtually or digitally through an email, along with some of the other resources that were shared today, so you have access to them, but would ask that you please review that. We'll be putting one together for the teacher training session as well. And thanks to the team here at the Friday Institute for pulling this together as part of the background information. You should see there is another one that you were provided in April as well to give you an overview of other commissions and the impact of those commissions and committees as they are known. I'll also share that last time we gave you the same feedback form. We've changed some of the questions. Would ask that your table facilitators share this link with you again so that you're able to share your feedback on the day, but also what else do you want to hear about student achievement and advancement? What do you want to hear next about teacher training? We are trying to respond pretty rapidly to your inputs, to your requests, to be able to inform what that looks like. So if you don't have this little slip of paper with the QR code and link, I've got plenty. Your table person has plenty. I'll turn it over to Anne and Don if they'd like to have the last word this afternoon, just in reflection on our day.
You like to reflect?
I was busy putting together my table report, but thank everyone for coming. I thought we've had a lot of great discussion, and I certainly enjoyed our table conversation today, and we've had very good presentations. And I'd like to reiterate Emma's request for information in the so for next year, for next meeting as we plan, which would be great. I guess from a reflection standpoint, I think we have looked at some issues and gotten some nitty-gritty issues from Mississippi that have been very good, some of which in terms of, and our own folks' presentation, we begin to look at how do you build that team of partners. We talked a lot about advanced teacher roles to tie them into the mix of something we already have that's already funded that can actually help on this area. Talked a lot about, I'm thinking more about how the things our table focused on, but talked about having the oversight committee in Mississippi was very interesting, where you had essentially sort of a small group of 6 with appointments from the, like in this case, DPI and the legislature that kind of had a specific focal point on monitoring at the highest level. I think some of the issues about pre-K, we had a lot of discussion about that. And about how the home and DPI can make a difference. There are some statutory issues to take a look at in that regard. We talked a lot about materials and selecting a snapshot of materials. And we realized that we've operated very much on a locally driven, local control issue, and that the idea of having a single choice might work if you had if you gave 3 choice, 3 or 4 that were good, but you had an incentive that you actually got a discount because the state bought it, you were able to get it cheaper. We're just trying to think of ways that might become more attractive to take a look at as sort of the best one. But you know, our task is broad, but I think we made some progress today, and I think we can have begin working on. I know our table could come up with a few draft issues now to get going to the next level. But anyway, it's been a good day. Emma, thank you guys for all of you.
And Anne?
Well, we had equal level of positivity. I thank you all for all your input. I think that I can sum up our table discussion, which also sort of sums up my thoughts on where we're going from here. We really did talk about the importance of crystallizing our thoughts around a few key ideas, and how when you really commit to something, you decide to really hone in on that, and how that seemed to have worked in Mississippi, and how we can try to replicate that here. You know, one of the things we talked about is how we have to maintain a sense of urgency while at the same time sustaining this work over the long term. And what sort of systems do you have to have in place to get something going, but also to keep it going? And we too had the conversation about local control versus central directives, and when does one make sense and when does the other make sense? And I'm just really excited by the conversations, and I think we are all beginning to see that we can come up with some really strong recommendations and articulate our vision as a commission, and that's exciting. So thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you. We will see you again on June 22nd here at the Friday Institute. You'll probably be receiving several emails between now and then to coordinate and to share out materials. If you wouldn't mind, please feel free to leave your name tags behind at your table and your table tents for your names. We will reuse those for our next meeting. Feel free to take your notebook and materials. We will keep adding to it and sharing more details and information with you. And I think we'll try and color code some stuff for next time. That way it's easier to say, go find the yellow piece of paper. I'm trying to always fine tune the way this works. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in June. Have a good day.
Did a really good job in board chair. See you.